Oh, this is the remote for that one.
There was coffee in the big room, not the breakfast room.
Okay. In the open area.
In the
there's
open area,
coffee?
there was complimentary coffee that was.
I brought cream is because all they were going to have is half and half.
Well, they don't even have that in
They don't
the.
even have
No, they have a
breakfast
powdered
room.
stuff. I stole some half and half yesterday and brought it back to my room. we doing for time? This one?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Okay.
Hello, welcome.
And we need to clean up this table so it doesn't look like.
We made it with 10 minutes to spare.
Oh, and if I keep unplugging my laptop, again. All right. Maybe some electrical tape. All right, I'll be back in a minute. We can take John's book. Look like you're gonna buy this.
The mask here.
As far as the camera, where should where should I stand? As far as
Like
the
a podium.
camera.
Oh, okay. I don't know. We will have to work it out.
Yeah.
I can put it here.
And it held, and I thought,
For
okay,
his
so
computer.
it's triple A's.
And
I
yeah.
didn't look at it closely.
You
No,
know, I want to at least hit the button on this computer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I really need a chair here. Yeah. Get out of the way.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
I might bring the laptop after lunch, but for now, we're good.
What's an old ThinkPad?
Yeah.
Or how old is it?
490 is. No. But the current model is 14.
Yep.
That's almost new.
490 is one back, except the T14, they just stuck with the numbers, so they're on Gen 6.
Were we
Okay,
gonna-
this is 7 generations back, even though it's
Were we
one model
going to
back.
Yeah, we're Noble dealer is trying to do, so I bought a Noble.
Okay.
But I've been having some trouble, I have no touchpad now. There's no wireless support.
There's no wireless support.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big deal.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
ArcaOS
I guess it's
is
small enough.
Not gonna have.
Yeah,
wireless
it is.
support.
I mean, you can get one of these.
Yeah, I know.
These work well.
Yeah, I know, but when you're out traveling, that's not very practical.
Well,
I mean,
the one that we
you
got
can't just sit down
it
and
doesn't even
lay out a
interface.
whole
So we have
setup
to
when
use
you're,
a USB.
popping into a coffee shop. A way to set up a bunch of stuff around me, and I can't even use a mouse.
You know, if
I've
you've
got
got
those
them,
mouse.
right.
that needs
right.
catastrophe in 19
Yeah.
years, no coffee, okay? You know?
Did you put it up on the hardware? I'll write it down, I have it.
Welcome to Warpstock,
Wanted to show Dave.
road
99.9% of
and then Jeffrey's gonna be using ours.
That's our bread and butter is fixing background, unfortunately, there's a lot of it to fix, so. That's, you know, but the, yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
I mean, otherwise it works fine, but,
Yeah.
so I just have a Samsung keyboard that's sitting.
But that's easier, because, you know, I look at them, I just, I'll spend $1,000 on something.
Yeah,
Not
you can
knowing
get
for
them-
sure if I
you
can.
can
I
get
put that in the
like,
upper corner, go to the
You know,
screen.
like recondition that area.
Yeah, I've got like some copyrighted
No, but if you keep your eye open, you can see
artwork
what's
for
going on.
my screensaver. I don't wanna be broadcasting that over.
We got two
Oh.
customers that work.
Okay.
I'm not worried about my semi-nudes. I mean, there's nothing
I mean, I-
like disgusting about them, you know?
I guess I've been kind
The
of.
female form, you know,
Right.
centuries men have been painting a female form.
Plenty of it there already.
Exactly, you know, and certainly no one in this room is gonna be surprised, right? But, you know, some of it's like copyrighted artwork, and we're broadcasting. That was something that came to me a few years ago, that, you know,
So on your team.
there's some stuff that we really can't get away with doing
When do you grab it?
at these events because
So
it lives forever on the net.
I hadn't really thought about it,
I
but
mean, I'm actually.
probably my
offering,
my background
boxes.
are probably
I have
wrong.
See?
one somewhere, I need two machines.
Oh, okay.
My background too, I got a screenshot from Blade Runner.
I've got pictures of oil paintings by a local artist
You
in
know,
San
because I don't
maybe
like-
lunchtime I-
See,
Yeah.
there you go.
And so that one machine that we just couldn't.
He's not likely to see these YouTubes.
No, I installed
but-
that.
But you never know. And remember, it's not necessarily the person you know,
Yeah.
but if something's happened to him and an heir comes along, because as we know, where there's a will, there are relatives.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what wasn't a problem to the guy whose artwork it was, is a problem to the guy who's inheriting it.
Yeah. Yeah. And AI can find
Yes.
stuff now. So you know, say, well, is
Yeah.
my artwork out there somewhere? Here's my artwork.
Yeah.
Go find it.
Speaking of AI finding stuff, I don't know if you've seen this report. Yeah.
You know, it's just big cliffs, you know,
Yeah,
our
yeah.
topology is, you know, the land, the cliff, the ocean.
Yep.
And we're right behind the cliff. So,
Yep.
So,
Exactly. I'm gonna step out of the frame.
all right. I don't know if you want to. Go ahead.
We're live.
We're live. All right.
You want the mic, please?
I don't know. Can you hear me? No, on your.
Yeah, on my side.
Your,
it's
your,
fine.
your sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody, we're going to start. This is Warpstock 2025. Welcome. And I'm Neil Waldhauer. I'm Speaker Committee Chair for now. And so I'm going to introduce the Warpstock Matt Naraki. Our president is not here. He'll be here tomorrow, so he's supposed to do this presentation, but so I'm stuck with it. And Warpstock's been meeting for a long time.
So we need to show the other one, right?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that's a good point.
Put the other info.
Sorry for the not being the roadmap this time. That's coming soon. That's our next presentation. But oh.
Okay.
All righty. Yeah, Matt Naraki is our president now. Excellent president, and that's where I want to go. Oh, the logistics screen. Yeah, thank you for coming. You know, Warpstock would be a very small thing without you. This is the 29th Warpstock. I've got a list of them. And we're dedicating this Warpstock to John Edwards, who passed earlier this year. He had been our guiding light for a long, long time. You know, the whole time I've been working. So, the Warpstock Board of Directors, I'm on it. Louis, Andy, Martin, David Oakford, Matt Naraki, and who am I forgetting?
Doug.
Doug Clark. Thank you. Thank you, board, for your service. Schedule, you know, it's different this time. We're doing presentation blocks. So I'm not going to say this presentation begins at this time. We have our morning presentations and our afternoon presentations, and they're going to take as long as they take. And we'll have, I hope, more time for interactive discussion and not just to, you know, watch this presentation, which you could have done at home on YouTube. And I think that it's interesting because I sat out last Warpstock to sit at home and hear what's going on in the room. That's a pretty good feeling when you're sitting at home and, you know, you're the only OS2 user you know, and there's a room full of them. I mean, the draw for Warpstock is, of course, that you're in the room, but I think it's kind of good for the people at home. And so the time between presentations was actually almost as good as the presentations for me. Meals, I'm not sure what our story, we're bringing in lunch to this room?
Lunch is going to be in this room, as far
Okay.
as I know, yes.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
talk to her about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's today and tomorrow.
Mhm.
Sunday, we're on our own.
Sunday we are on our own.
Okay, and dinners, I think tonight we're on our own.
Tonight we're on our own. Tomorrow night, dinner is likely going to be at Boston's right here in the hotel, sponsored by ArcaOS. So ArcaOS is taking everyone to dinner tomorrow night. They have a pretty wide selection on their menu. I took a look at it yesterday. Something for everyone.
Yeah. We researched nearby restaurants, and then I forgot to bring the research. So there's quite a few. But you know, I know at least later in the conference it's going to be very cold. So coming from California, I'm not really prepared. I want to send out. Hotel information, the pool's closed. Wi-Fi's been working great.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Yeah, so
I brought it down here and it just worked.
yeah, we're not used to hotel Wi-Fi just working. That's
No.
a nice change. Hotel checkout. It said checkout was noon. Is that right? That's actually kind of nice.
I didn't, you know something, I didn't check on that myself.
Okay. The shuttle is only for people going back from the airport, it's only every 2 hours. So 6:30, 8:30, 10:30, you know, every 2 hours. So, you know, you have to time your trip back to the airport, by which time I hope the airport's still open.
We should make an announcement about the airport, and that is, starting today, 40 airports around the country will be reducing their schedules by 10%. And not this airport in Little Rock, but if you're flying through a connecting airport, Chicago, Atlanta, Houston, I think, is on the list.
Yeah.
I have an entire list of airports that will be affected. So the best recommendation is check with your airline over the weekend to see if your flight has been canceled. Most of the airlines I know, from reports that I've read, are doing their best to get their passengers reassigned onto other carriers so they can make their trips. But double check that so that you're not stuck halfway through your return trip.
What about direct flights should be hopefully less problematic?
Well, yes, but
Going to LaGuardia.
LaGuardia, JFK,
Newark.
Newark, even Teterboro is affected.
Wow.
I mean, who would have thought that Teterboro would be affected?
It's that Democrat that was elected.
Could be. So again, just keep checking over the weekend. These changes are going to be rolling. So if you check today and say, oh, well, my flight's okay, there's not a problem. Well, maybe on Sunday, there's a problem. So check continuously. Best advice I can give at this particular point. But I do have the entire list. Epic Times had an entire list of them, and I've seen it
Yeah, I've
reposted
seen
in other
it.
places.
Other places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got this turn off cell phones thing going on, and I realized I didn't actually do it myself, so. And we'll try to keep the room quiet enough so that it works online, and so don't have a loud conversation in the back of the room. Just, you know, small, lower is fine, but, you know, be mindful that we're trying to broadcast, and it gets really confusing if there's too many speakers. So other than that, thanks, and move on. Friday, this is me. Welcome to Warpstock. Lewis is going to do ArcaOS roadmap, and Jeffrey Race will start the using rsync presentation, and we'll see how far that gets. I think we'll have to continue it on Sunday, but we'll see, because we have a flexible schedule. We'll see how much time we have. So, in afternoon, Doug Clark is going to do running OS2 and WinOS2 on the big screen, which is more and more big screens these days, and OS2 is never designed for them, so they'll be very interesting. I have a history of OS2 slideshow that I did for the Vintage Computer Festival in San Jose, and I'm going to rebroadcast it here because it was well received in San Jose. And Martin Turbide will do latest of all. He's got a lot of efforts going on. EDM2, the developer site, OS2 World, Wiki, and Hobbs. So he does a lot of sites, so it'll be interesting to see those. On Saturday, I'm hoping to have remote presenters Roderick Klein and Alex Taylor presenting, and of course we have here Dmitry Kuminov, and he's going to discuss his latest work, and that is going to be very interesting for those. I think it's crucial to the OS2 platform. So a lot of us have been mostly waiting for that presentation. And in the evening, we'll be in Boston's, provided by ArcaOS. Thank you, ArcaOS. Sunday, normally we'd have a half day. We found that with the air travel, it's probably better to have something going on in the afternoon too. So we're going to have the OS2 quiz adapted from Warpstock Europe. So I think this will be an interesting new thing that we're trying. Andy Willis is going to do his RE, how do you say that? Refined?
I say refined because that's what I read. I mean.
But it's the UEFI boot manager, and it's got a lot of moving parts, and I know I've configured it on a number of machines, and I've got a lot of questions. So it's tricky. You know, it's got a giant configuration file, and you can go seriously wrong with it. So, and then I'll do a farewell to Warpstock just to recap what we've done here. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have sort of the informal tech fest, and this is where I think Jeffrey Race may resume his rsync experiments and presentation. So, and we may have other things too that may continue Andy's presentation too, as we try to break all the laptops we brought to Warpstock. Hey, they're expendable. The show's over. I read about Diamond Bar. I never went to any of the Warpstocks till later, and I don't really know that much about them.
They did make T-shirts for '97. They're
Okay.
very, very rare collector's items.
They're collector's items now. All right.
I was there.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
New
Wow.
T-shirt.
How many people were in Diamond Bar?
A lot.
I would think there were.
Packed.
Mm-hmm.
I have one from 20 years ago. I wore to breakfast this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in the OS2 Bay Area users group at that time, and we met in the Stanford Linear Accelerator Auditorium, which sat 300. And this was just before Steve Jobs came back to Apple, and IBM and Apple were getting ready to converge on a platform that would run Mac OS and OS2. And the developers were mostly at the show, so 300 seats was way too few. I mean, there were people just surrounding the building, standing room. It was just crazy. So OS2 was a big deal at that time. Chicago, Atlanta. Yeah, it's another one I just.
In '99 in Atlanta, we were at the Atlanta Convention Center.
Wow.
And the vendor room was full.
Wow.
It was packed.
Imagine. Austin. Try to get
Yeah,
there.
there used to be multiple rooms. Imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had, well, I think, well, I shouldn't say we, because I wasn't involved with the organization then, but there were like 4 sessions going on simultaneously.
You had to choose.
You had to
Mhm.
choose, yeah, and
Okay.
it wasn't really until, I don't think it was until Denver that I repeated my Wi-Fi session that many times, that we had
Okay.
ever redone sessions, so if you missed it, you missed it.
Uh-huh.
In '99, that was the first time that Warpstock was streamed. It was streamed
Oh.
via CompuServe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was streamed via CompuServe. That was pretty neat though. But
How about
yeah,
that?
that was really big. 2002, when we were in Austin, Texas, we were in a large hotel. I won't mention it for liability reasons. That treated Warpstock absolutely terribly. There were leaks in the ceiling, and we were in Texas, so leaks in Texas. There were leaks in the ceiling. They treated us terribly. They treated the gun show next to us very well. They were very nice to those people. They treated us terribly, and we were talking before about the hotel Wi-Fi being so good here. We only had wired internet there. And these were the days where you paid per connection. And someone from the hotel would walk in, and if you had a router snapped into the connection you were paying for, the guy would count the number of wires coming out of the back of the router. And Warpstock got a bill for all these extra connections. And I mean, it was a lot of money per connection. It was like $400 per connection for the weekend.
Wow.
And all of a sudden this thing comes out, and Stan practically exploded on the spot. The Warpstock treasure dad went, what? And I said, well, you know, you had all these computers hooked up. So you had to try to convince them that the wires were just snapped in and there wasn't anything connected to them. Right. But it was, yeah, it was just a terrible thing. But the thinking at the time was that we'll go to Austin, we'll be in IBM's backyard. IBM will just flood the event with a whole bunch of people and stuff. And we had a few people from IBM come in and present, but no official backing from IBM in 2002.
Yeah.
That was the point at which IBM was.
Yeah, they were getting to the point of backing off at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the moral of the story is combine Warpstock with a gun show?
Yeah. That's the moral of the story.
Dang.
Exactly.
Why didn't we think of that? This was my first Warpstock in San Francisco. I actually bid to.
Really, that was your first Warpstock that you attended?
It's the first one I attended, and I actually bid to have it at
Yeah, you
San
hosted.
Francisco.
Yeah.
And then I got a job supporting the New York City subway a few weeks later, and I
After
had
that.
to drop out of the works, and I just came as a vendor.
Oh, I didn't
With
remember that.
I had a friend who had a computer shop, and we said, well, let's go, let's be a vendor. And so we were a vendor, and that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I remember your buddy who came with you.
Yeah. So it was interesting times. And yeah, the subway turned out well. So
Yeah.
although I'm
You mean the New
They-
York subway?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
they,
it works
they've
well.
told me that I can't disclose any details, but they can't say they can't restrict me from saying I worked for them. So. So I can't give technical details on it apparently. I think that
Suffice it to say, that was a good client for you.
it was a good client for me.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it just going away in the next years?
Yeah, it was an interesting thing that the people who hired me, it was a company that provided the MetroCard to the New York City subway, and the New Yorkers would come into San Diego where they were located, and we had a replica of a New York City subway station in a warehouse in San Diego, and they were petrified of the New Yorkers. They're crazy. And I said, okay. I met them, and they're like totally ordinary. Of course, I grew up in the New York area. But I was living in California, and I thought about it. Oh, I think I see what's going on. There's a little culture clash here. So I did do technical things, but I think a lot of my role was as a translator.
Just a liaison between.
Yeah, the English spoken
two
in New York and
coasts.
the English spoken in California
Yeah.
was different enough that there was serious misunderstanding going
There
on.
was no
That's
Google
interesting.
Translate.
I'm not sure there is even now.
Also, didn't that turnstiles take tokens? That was a cool
That
thing.
was just
Prior.
restricted before I got
Yeah.
there. That, you know,
No, but the one in California, didn't it still take a token?
I never
You
tried
told me
it.
that.
Yeah,
They
it
removed it.
probably did. But it was probably modified to prove that they wouldn't work anymore in a way, because that would have been a test. All right, Denver, I missed Denver.
You missed Denver? That was
That
Doug
was
and
Doug,
Andy's.
yeah.
Yeah, that was.
And I saw my first IMAX film.
At the museum.
I will never stop thanking Doug for that outing that we had in Denver when we went of the museum and we saw the IMAX theater.
And we had dinner, right?
And we had that
dinner.
absolutely fabulous dinner there.
Dinosaur steaks.
Oh my God, exactly. Bronto burgers. I mean, it was absolutely phenomenal. But I saw my first IMAX movie on that museum tour, and it was terrific. But it was just so well organized. The bus picked us up at the hotel, took us over to the museum. Everyone got off. Everything ran like clockwork. I mean, at least for me as one of the guys attending.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether it was like clockwork for you.
The hotel was a bit.
Was it really?
Okay. Typical. All right. Hershey, I missed Hershey as well.
And you missed an H in Hershey.
Ooh.
And does everyone know in here that there really is no Hershey, Pennsylvania? It's Derry Township. There is no place, you cannot get a zip code for Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hmm.
It's Derry Township. But Milton Hershey built his
Oh.
plant there, and essentially Derry Township became Hershey when he came in.
When I was a chemist, Hershey was a big customer, and they used a lot of my software. Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Windsor, I went to Windsor. That was an interesting
Yeah, we
place.
had John Dvorak speak for us.
That
in,
was the Dvorak.
in Windsor, and we still have DVDs of John's presentation at Windsor, Ontario. That was
Yeah.
an interesting thing. He talked about the history of the computer from before the abacus.
Mhm.
Very interesting.
I felt he was fairly condescending.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you really? I got along really well with him, and of course he borrowed my car to tool around Windsor. He had
Oh,
grown
okay.
up nearby and was very familiar with the place from
okay.
when he was a kid. He wanted to drive around some of the places that he knew. So
Sure.
he said, "Who's got a car I can borrow?" And I said, "Here, take mine." So I tossed him my keys
Okay.
to my Cadillac. He comes back and says, "Oh, that's a nice car you got there." I said, "Well, thank you very much." And we also had that fellow with us from Germany who was on, and I'm not going to say any names, he was on the OS2 wireless list, and I almost had to ban him from the OS2 wireless list. I've only banned one person from the list ever.
Mhm.
He was almost the second person. But John was teasing with him, and he said, "You know, I hope you take this the right way," but he said, your speech sounds just like General Bogarter from Hogan's Heroes." And I mean, the color drained from my face. And I can't believe he just said that to a German, no less.
Mhm.
Very funny, very funny. But that guy would not leave us alone in the bar at night. He just monopolized the conversation. That's my recollections of the Windsor event.
Oh boy. Actually found a logo for Toronto. Yeah. That was a good meeting too.
Yeah, the first one in Toronto in well, I don't remember that was widely attended. Wasn't that the one where our attendance?
Our attendance was well down at that point.
Yeah.
But it was still, it was still pretty interesting.
Yeah. Oh, were you stopped at the border in 06 or 07?
06.
06 on your way to Windsor.
I think it was, Windsor. It was the Windsor one.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like a shady character, Andy was stopped at the Canadian border, and the Canadian police were about ready to haul him off.
Oh. Santa Cruz, I bid on Santa Cruz, but this time I was there for the whole thing, and this was hosted at UC Santa Cruz, and it was a whole different experience than being in a hotel.
Yeah, we roomed in quads there, and
we were in dorms.
Yeah, it was pretty different.
And UCSC was built to be kind of in nature. So to get from your room to the meeting room or to the cafeteria, you had to go through a lot of deer and other critters. All
Yeah.
over. Yeah, it's overrun. You know, as the university grows, that'll probably become less, but it's still definitely the case. And yeah, my story there was the caterer called up and said, "Oh, your banquet, they didn't show up." And
I remember we dined outside,
yeah.
and it was really windy.
Yes.
And I mean, we spent most of the time like holding things down on the table while we were trying to eat.
Yeah.
Because the gusts would like come through and
The weather's
Slow
a
people
little
over.
unpredictable in the summer, so this is a place where, when it's clear, you're looking out over Monterey Bay, Big Sur Mountains behind it. It's one of the most breathtaking views you could imagine. You know, but what we had was a wall of fog, and the fog has got this huge wind between the
Yeah.
cold Pacific fog and the warm California sun. So it's like that's quite a breeze. And
it was quite a surprise for me coming from the East Coast and not really being all that familiar with California. That was my second or third trip out to California. And I think it was my third trip. My second trip really doesn't count because I was there for a seminar, and I went literally from the airport to the hotel for the seminar, got back on the plane and flew back to New York. So I was not prepared for the weather like that. I was expecting, wow, California, everything's like Los Angeles.
right?
Well, not really.
Yeah. Although in Los Angeles, if you get close enough to the ocean, it's still the
I
same story.
suppose.
It's still the same story. Yeah. Albuquerque, that was another good one.
Another university setting.
Another university setting.
Yep.
And Chuck McGinnis ran that one very well.
Yeah, Chuck McInnes
He
ran that
did
really
he did a
well.
great job.
And I had my first angina attack
Oh.
walking to the university. I missed the last shuttle bus from my motel, and I figured, well, it's only 3 miles. I can hoof 3 miles. I mean, it's only 3 miles. I got about halfway there, and I fell up against a fence. It felt like an elephant was standing on my chest. And Andy and I are trying to diagnose my symptoms. So Andy says, well, you know, the altitude's different here. Maybe that's what's bothering me. I'd like to think that. Then I got home and I had the same problem. I thought, well, it wasn't the altitude.
Mm-hmm. Mm. That's right. Waterloo?
Waterloo was nice. John ran Waterloo.
Mhm.
That was also at the University of Waterloo.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to eat at one of John's favorite haunts, which was the Crossroads Inn.
Mm.
John, of course, it was a buffet, an all-you-can-eat buffet. John started with dessert and worked his way backwards through the courses of the
That's
meal.
efficient.
And what else happened when we were in Waterloo? Rachel came with me, of course, my daughter. You know, I used to refer to her as my graduate assistant because she would come with me to Warpstock and like do everything. You know, she was the gopher, and gladly so. So Rach came with me, and I promised her we would go horseback riding, because she's an equestrian. So Waterloo's a very interesting town. If you're used to American cities, you know, the urban area is pretty well separated from the suburbs and the rural parts. But in Waterloo, you can go like 3 miles outside of the city center, and all of a sudden there's countryside. It's very strange. There's no suburb. It's like urban and rural, and that's it. So we drove outside the city, and sure enough, there was a place where we could rent horses and ride. So we went on a trail ride, and it was pouring rain. Dear old Dad got completely drenched. I was on this poor old mare. She was very sweet, but very skittish. Guy on a bicycle came riding past, spooked all the horses. She reared up. I stayed on. My right hand to God, I did not fall. The gal who was leading our ride yelled at the bicycle rider, who could not hear her yelling, but knew she said something. So he turned around and rode back. Once again, the old gal is doing this. I'm tapping her on the withers and calm down. Shh, it's okay, it's okay. And yes, it was an interesting ride. All this in the pouring rain. All this in the pouring rain. But, you know, when you're a dad and you say, you know, I'll take you to do this, that, or the other, you better have a good reason if you don't. So we did that. She also got to go out with a few of the ladies. They went to see the butterfly museum that they had there. They had a whole. She could explain it better. I didn't go with them, but she had a nice time out with the ladies. Alan Beakley was with us with his wife, and I think. No, I don't think that Jim O'Connor's wife was with us. A couple of the other ladies were with us for that event, but it was different. It was a nice event.
Waterloo is a big computer place.
Yeah, the University of Waterloo is a yes,
Yeah.
exactly,
Right.
exactly.
It's Durham, North Carolina. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Durham was nice.
Also in the barbecue zone.
Yes.
We went out for barbecue to a nice place. We got a private room at that restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was nice.
Yeah,
That was good. Portland, Oregon. I think you missed that one.
I missed that one. I had to sit that one out at the last minute. I had a court case coming up,
Mm-hmm.
and I wasn't going to be able to make the trip. And it just absolutely crushed me that I couldn't make it up because the court case was postponed anyway.
Oh.
But in exciting events in Portland, our projector was stolen out of the room. You know, life is a series of lessons. So if you don't learn from the lesson the first time, it will be presented again. So what was the lesson? Make sure that you have a way to lock the door to the meeting room when no one's there. Apparently there was a big wedding going on and some other things in the hotel, and the door wasn't locked, and someone just came and made off with the projector. The hotel made us whole though.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have special insurance or anything, but they did make us whole, and that's when we got this projector here, which John picked out, by the way.
All right. Atlanta.
That one in 2013 in Atlanta was
Stu Updike.
Updike's event. Stu was based in Atlanta. Stu was a former, at the time he was still flying, he was a commercial pilot. And he lived in the area, and so he set up the Atlanta one. We were at the Drury. That was our first Drury experience.
We started doing Drury's after
Yeah,
that.
we started doing Drury's after that. Yeah.
St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis was nice.
I remember we went out for lunch or something, and I remember hearing that, you know, like there was a big problem civically, you know, the police were called and everything because we walked to lunch. And that's just not done in St. Louis.
That was my
That
first
was a nice
Warpstock,
place.
yeah.
Oh, 2014 was your first
Yeah, in
Warpstock?
St. Louis, and you didn't get there.
I was in St. Louis, yeah. Rachel was with me too.
They had
Yeah,
some cool
okay.
stuff. It had the arch. I went up in that.
Oh,
It was tiny
very
little
nice.
claustrophobic rail cars.
Ooh.
And then the Dred Scott case occurred there in the courtroom. Is there?
Not while
No,
Warpstock.
no. We're
Not
old, but
quite
not that
yet.
old.
It made it possible to have Warpstock.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very good. All right. Wichita.
That was good.
Yeah, I still have pictures on my phone
Interesting
from
place,
Wichita. Yeah, and David and I make a point when we're at Warpstock of trying to find local Frank Lloyd Wright architecture to visit. And we went to a university.
No, there was a house that had been the governor's house, I think.
Yeah, I
There's
remember
a different
that.
place where the university building was.
I was pretty sure it was outside of Wichita. where we went in and it really wasn't a tour, but we broke in anyway. It was a Sunday.
No, that was somewhere else.
Was it?
The only thing in Wichita was that
'Cause Rachel was
local
with us.
grandee's house, which was nice.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
took
the house.
Rachel there. Your Rachel.
Right,
Not mine. And,
Right, she went with you. I
and
was
then we
doing something
drove
else.
by on you when you were about to leave to see the house.
Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. I thought that's
I
though
forget
where we
where
went to
that
that.
university, I remember that,
university.
but that was somewhere else.
St. Louis, maybe?
Some kind of California-ish thing, I think. I don't remember.
No, when we were in Arizona, we went to that hotel.
Yes, and to Tallahassee.
And to Taliesin, yeah. But,
I think you announced ArcaOS on that Warpstock on Wichita.
in 2015,
Yeah.
it could have been, because ArcaOS was in development for about 2 years.
Yeah.
From the time we landed our agreement with IBM. Took us 2 years to
Mhm.
come to market on that. And we had to warehouse a ton of licenses, because that was the deal that we got from IBM.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible I announced it there. Yeah, or 2016 was our first trip to Orlando.
Yeah. Yeah, we liked Orlando.
Yeah, yeah,
Pre-hurricane.
Yeah,
Pre-hurricane.
pre-hurricane.
Pre-hurricane, we liked Orlando.
pre-hurricane.
Yeah. Back to Toronto. That was cold, snowed on us
Yeah, yeah.
in September. We should have learned. Then we went to Calgary.
That
Anyway,
was really cold.
That was really cold.
I caught a death of cold when I got back, because I went in a polo shirt.
Right.
And I didn't even have a jacket with me because it was September. Who needs a jacket? We get off the plane and it's flurrying in the taxi on the way from
Yeah.
the airport to the hotel. And I had no jacket with me the whole time. And when I got back from Warpstock, I had a death of cold.
Yeah. I remember that was kind of horizontal snow. It
Ooh,
was, it was a lot
yeah.
of wind. A lot of wind.
Not prepared for the climate in Alberta.
Yeah. One of the attendees told me to never go here again. So we went back to Orlando.
Well, there was no restaurant in the hotel. We had to walk, and we had to cross this really wide boulevard to get to the restaurant
Yeah.
across the way. And the wind and the temperature, I mean, we were all like popsicles by the time we got to the restaurant.
Yeah.
2019, we went back to Orlando.
Yeah, that was reaction to being in.
Yeah.
Calgary. Let's
Was
go
that
someplace
the,
warmer.
hurricane one? Or
No,
No.
the last one was the hurricane one.
Oh.
Yeah,
That was
that-
2022.
2019 pre-pandemic.
Right, pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then yeah, pandemic. So we adapted.
Social distancing.
Social distancing. So we, yeah, so we did 20 and 21
Mhm.
virtually.
Yeah. That was a learning experience. And then we got to say, okay, we can meet in person again. And we went to Orlando, but a hurricane had hit the hotel. And
Oh.
it was a wreck.
Plus it was full of people that had been displaced from their homes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was loaded with people who had
But
been displaced.
This is when we went to Lakeland, I think, to the town with all the Frank Lloyd Wright buildings at the university. Remember that?
Hmm.
And we went.
Yeah, that was a different university because we got an actual tour.
Typhoid Roderick also.
Yes, Roderick came with us. We did not know that he actually had COVID.
Oh, he's coughing in the back of the car.
He was in the back of the
Oh
car,
my
and the
God.
tours are in an enclosed vehicle with him like the whole day.
Oh boy.
The whole day. And then when he got back home, he said, "Oh, I got a diagnosis. I have COVID." Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah.
occur to him.
So yeah, here we are. Oh,
So my wife
all
was
clear.
really, my
Not
wife
so
was
much.
really mad at me because naturally it's my fault.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you brought him around with you? Well, how was I supposed to know?
Yeah. Yeah, we should have been virtual again, maybe.
But worse than the COVID was his talking constantly. During the tour of that university, he was talking about Dutch architecture
Oh.
You know, he's watching this live stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will hear about this later on.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he said a lot of interesting stuff.
We got a little
Yes.
back pedal there. All right. Phoenix. I don't know what.
Phoenix was nice. Phoenix was the great thing about Phoenix, climate-wise, was it was the beginning of December,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't even need a jacket to get around. I mean,
Yeah,
it was
that was good there.
it was upper 60s, low 70s when we were there in Phoenix. It was beautiful.
The only dining near the hotel was Waffle House.
That's true. That's true. We were dining challenged
Yeah.
in Phoenix. Yeah.
All right. Pittsburgh. Sadly, I missed Pittsburgh. Here it was pretty good.
Pittsburgh, the hotel was absolutely beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They treated us very well at the hotel, but it wasn't widely attended, and
It ended up being sort of expensive too, of course.
it ended up being expensive to Warpstock. There was a place nearby where we ate. Remember, we were able to.
Yeah, I forgot eating there. We ate in the hotel. which
We ate at
was
the
fine,
hotel had a
that
nice
wasn't bad.
restaurant, and there was another place that was nearby where we ate.
We went to a mall or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other interesting thing there was I noticed outside the hotel, I said, that looks like an oil well.
Yes.
And I got home, did you look? I looked that up when I got home, and it was a working oil well from the middle of the 19th century,
Yeah,
Oh,
interesting.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
right next to the hotel.
All right, and then brings us here. So-
And for people who aren't familiar with the trolley here is a famous landmark.
I saw the tracks for it driving around.
Did you?
Yeah, I never saw the streetcar.
Hmm.
How did you come to choose this location this year? Not critical, I'm just curious what the decision procedure is.
Well, I think, Dave, maybe you suggested this at some point as a
You did.
possible- somebody
You suggested
this
Little
year.
Rock.
It was persuasive about Pittsburgh, so
Yeah.
I just resuscitated, and this hotel was definitely the best location.
Yeah, I think this
It turned
hotel
out-
is great.
Turned out pretty well, yeah,
Mhm.
and it's not expensive either.
Right, for the particularly for the amount of money that we're paying and the facilities that we have here,
Yeah.
which are on par with what we had in Pittsburgh, and nowhere near the cost of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's great, and I should have listened to David like years ago.
Right.
And you can get here without too much trouble, maybe people will agree.
Yeah, well, depending upon what airline you take, I mean, because I don't have any direct route. You have
I had a direct flight, that was great.
Yeah, I didn't. I flew from Dulles, and I didn't have a direct flight. I could have flown. I like flying out of JFK, but I got a decent deal out of Dulles, so I flew out of Dulles because I go back and forth between my two offices. So.
It's always been our goal to announce the next Warpstock at this Warpstock, and we failed again.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
We have no idea.
I mean, a place in the middle of the country is kind of nice, because it's,
That's kind of why we
You know, the
went with
distances.
Wichita and St.
Yeah.
Louis.
yeah.
So,
We were talking about Omaha, or
Yeah.
what else? What's in Nebraska?
Yeah, we've discussed
That's
New
the
York
first.
City, and
Yeah.
it's like, no one's gonna go and pay, what it costs to have a meeting in New York City. It's not
Yeah.
gonna happen, so.
then the suggestion came out, why don't we have it out on Long Island? I said, because I don't have enough room on my deck for everyone to come over and barbecue. That was always Stan's, for those who may not remember, Stan Sidlov was the original Warpstock treasurer. And Stan was a great guy, but as attendants, not just Warpstock attendants, let's be very clear. All of the live technical events have seen a dramatic decrease in attendance over the years, to the point where a number of them have just gone away. Warpstock persists, but when you're dealing with the attendance at, say, Warpstock in Chicago, which had 400 some odd people,
Mhm.
something like that, And, you know, we're down to 20, 25 of us now. Stan's expression always was, well, next year we'll just have barbecue at my house.
Yeah.
So when the suggestion came up to have Warpstock on the island, I said, no way, I'm not hosting barbecue for everybody.
All right. And yeah, got a picture of John. This is
Yeah. What can we say about John? John was dear friend. He is,
Sweet guy.
yeah, sorely missed.
I don't think we would have kept going without him.
No, I really do not think so. For those who have never served on the Warpstock board, John ran a Warpstock board meeting like it was a meeting of Parliament. He was very particular about following the rules of order.
Yep.
The rules of order. And this is the abbreviated set of rules. We initially, when Warpstock was formed, this iteration of Warpstock in 2006, we adopted Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules are another volume of width. We, some years later, switched over to the American Institute of Parliamentarians Standard Code of Parliamentary Procedure, also known as Sturgis Rules, which is rather streamlined. But John would adhere to these rules like a fly stuck in the ointment.
Like if I seconded something before somebody.
Oh my God, that was just, you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. If there's a discussion still ongoing and everyone's decided, all right, well, we're going to need to table this for another, and let's move on, I need a motion to table this discussion. And we would motion to table the discussion. Everything was motion, seconded, and voted. Everything, for the most minute detail. He was that kind of guy. Warpstock meetings were serious business. And we would have a 1 hour Warpstock meeting. No sooner would the meeting end, my phone would ring 5 minutes later. And John would discuss that Warpstock meeting with me for an hour and 30 minutes, an hour and 45. And Andy and I, every now and again, would text back and forth, and he would say to me, how long? And I'd say, an hour 25 and still going. And my wife would say to me, doesn't that man know that you have a life outside of Warpstock? That's not the point. That was John's focus. Once he retired from teaching, Warpstock became his focus. And that's what he did. He lived it and he breathed it. Mm-hmm. And it was the centerpiece of his days and nights. Yeah. What a guy.
He didn't go out after COVID, right? Didn't he?
No, when COVID hit, John's apartment, believe it or not, John lived in a second-story walk-up apartment.
Uh-huh.
And I say believe it or not because John was exceptionally heavy. I mean, to the point of having medical issues because he was so heavy. And the thought that he lived in a second-story walk-up apartment was just amazing to me in the first place. Once he got locked down during the pandemic in 2020, he never left his apartment after that. After all the restrictions lifted and what have you, he still never left because what little physical activity he got going up and down those stairs and getting into his car and going to the grocery store for himself evaporated when he got locked down. And it just became the same thing we all know, that lack of exercise is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The less you get, the less energy you have to get any, and then it just goes down the slope
I
from
mean,
there.
he came in a wheelchair the last few years. That friend of his used
Yeah.
to wheel him.
Well,
The guy from.
Jim O'Connor would come with him.
Yeah.
Jim was a retired doctor, and Jim's wife, I met up with the two of them at the airport one night, and I don't remember where John was, but Jim and I were alone, and Jim says, you know, my wife is absolutely furious at me that I'm still pushing this man around. I said, well, Jim, you know, you're not a spring chicken, and you're pushing him around in a wheelchair. He's a lot to move. But, you know, that was that was their thing. They were best buddies, and that's what they did. Jim has passed, unfortunately. He suffered a debilitating stroke, was around for a while, and I believe that he predeceased John. John is gone since, when did John pass? February?
I think so.
And I think that Jim passed the December prior.
Okay.
So the lesson is stay away from the desserts.
The lesson is there's a reason that the meal is appetizer, main course, and dessert, and not dessert, dessert,
And dessert.
appetizer, dessert, main course, dessert. There's a reason for these things.
Had a sweet
But
good time. Yeah.
John was, he was just, you know, the world would be a far better place if we had more people like John, truly.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, we take a, I don't know, we can take a break, or we can go straight into your presentation.
I'm all set up and ready to go, so
All
unless everyone wants to get up and stretch.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Good, 5 minutes. I didn't remember. I always forget that O2 was the first one for me.
Yeah. I know, it's nice to meet you.
File for that stupid audio issue.
That's right. That was Diane's A22M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I found, I even, look, I'd sent it in to some, you know, there was some, back then, there was somewhere, you know, I sent the thing to them, you know, and then I didn't have that laptop anymore. So, I didn't have the, thing, but I just remember I pulled some file from something. I sent it in, and then they just never did anything. It seemed like, I think that site just never did anything else again or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I can't have that. See, that's not supposed to be there. Hang on. I'm going to start, and everyone else can catch up, because otherwise I'll be waiting.
Dimitri's having breakfast.
Dimitri's having breakfast. Well, you know, breakfast is a good thing, you know. So, everyone in here probably knows me already, but I'm Louis Rosenthal, and I'm the managing member of ArcaOS. And I've been an I've been an IT consultant since the late 1980s, mid 1980s. I have multiple Novell certifications in NetWare and in Linux. I don't have any, interestingly enough, I hold no OS2 certifications, but I've worked with OS2 since OS2 2.0. And in my accounting office that I run with my brother, we use ArcaOS on our desktops exclusively, and we have been an OS2 shop since 1990 or so, 1990, 1991. Yeah. That doesn't mean that we don't use software on other platforms, but we do not have standalone Windows machines. All of our Windows sessions are run on a virtual terminal server running on a 64-bit Linux host in the rack. I won't let that stuff loose on the network. Just, you know, bugs fly in through open windows. So, every year I do one of these roadmap sessions, and I did one in May at Warpstock Europe. That was just before we had released ArcaOS 5.1.1. So this is an update to that, what's coming now in the upcoming 5.1.2 release and beyond that. So just so everyone knows, we number our releases with 3 digits and dots in between, right? So we have a major release, a minor release, and a bug fix release. So 5.1.2 is a bug fix release on 5.1.1. Any questions about any of this yet? Good, good.
Could you stand just a little bit
I can stand one back.
That's close.
I mean, I'm not Reed Richards, so I can't quite reach the space bar.
Use the force.
So we still support 5.0, ArcaOS 5.0. We have commercial customers who are running 5.0 because in their environments, the features that were introduced with 5.1.1 were not really essential, and they already had an installed base of 5.0, so they can keep doing that. In fact, for our resellers here and watching online, if you have commercial customers who need additional 5.0 licenses, you can order additional 5.0 licenses. That's fine with us. Pricing still holds as it has been for 5.0 commercial. We no longer sell new 5.0 personal licenses. Can't buy them online, resellers cannot order it. Instead, 5.1 is our current release, so 5.1.1 is our current maintenance release for the 5.1 branch. And that will continue for a while. So 5.1.2 is coming up. I don't know how many 5.1 releases we'll have before we go to 5.2. It depends upon when we're ready to go to 5.2 and what bigger features we want to introduce. Typically, we don't introduce features in a bug fix release. There may be a feature or two that has been introduced in something that has been updated in the software, so we get a new feature sort of by default with that. But it's not a reason for us to do a bug fix release.
Do you have to buy new licenses from IBM from time to time, or?
Well, when we deplete our inventory, yeah.
But that hasn't happened yet. Or is this like top secret?
We had to warehouse a huge amount of licenses initially.
Okay,
We've whittled that number down substantially.
okay.
We have a new agreement with IBM that is pending right now. When I say pending, we have a deal, we just haven't inked it yet, that will allow us to replenish our licenses for a good number of years. You know, my request was in perpetuity. I don't know if IBM wants to go in perpetuity or they want to say, well, after 5 years you can renew. But remember, we released ArcaOS 5.0 in 2017. So 5 years is a pretty long time in the cycle of things. We'll see where we go. We can still get licenses. We still have licenses. We haven't run out of licenses. And IBM is still happy to take our money for more licenses.
And do they provide any support to you?
None.
On your own?
Zip. Nada. Nada. They don't want to know. They do not want to have anything to do with anything we do. The exception to that is we have a worldwide territory for selling ArcaOS, which includes the last version of OS2 Warp 4 plus the last fix pack available. Fix pack 5 on top of MCP. So we have a worldwide territory with a half dozen exceptions. An example would be Dubai, United Arab Emirates. We cannot sell into the Emirates. So when this originally came up, I said to IBM, well, what happens if we have a commercial enterprise come to us and say we want to buy licenses and we're located in Dubai? And IBM said, you refer that customer to us, we will purchase from you and we will deal with the customer in Dubai.
Huh, I wonder why that is.
So that's the situation. And we've had that come up 3 or 4 times over the years. Not just Dubai, but other places in the world. Apparently there are places where IBM has an exclusive arrangement with the government of the country, and that exclusive arrangement means that only they are allowed to sell their product in that country. So it works. Also, large enterprises can shuffle their licenses around between offices however they see fit. Once we sell it to an office that's part of our global territory, whatever that customer does with that license after the fact has nothing to do with us. So they can shuffle them around wherever they want to go.
Can you throw like $1 or $2 to IBM to include the IBM DDK and Visual Age 3?
The best we could do with the DDK was, as you know, the DDK came with a non-transferable license granted to you if you had a subscription to IBM Developer, OS2 Developer Connection. I made the case to IBM that without a DDK license, we could not distribute certain fixes and new things that were built using DDK sources. So IBM said, we can't give you new DDK licenses. But if you have someone who is retiring from his IBM OS2 development, who is willing to give up his license, ArcaNoe may accept that license from that person and grant it to someone else. The license is normally non-transferable. So we were able to get the ability through us to transfer a license. So the word to get out to everyone is that if you are approaching 90 years of age and you have a DDK license and you would like to see that someone else is able to make use of that license that you literally cannot sell on the open market.
Carl Lewis.
ArcaOS is very happy to warehouse that license from you because we are always looking for young development talent, and that young development talent needs a DDK in order to distribute
And
any
it's
of.
more, like I have a stack
is-
of those developer connection DVDs or whatever they were.
Did you have a subscription to Developer
Well, the
Connection?
company I worked for did, and, you know, at some point, I cleaned out the closet and took them home.
The way IBM explained it to me was that the person who had the subscription is the one who has the DDK
Yeah,
license.
well, okay.
So we should all put them in our wills.
That's what we should do. Yes, exactly.
So I don't actually have a license, I just have the DVDs.
Exactly. I mean, the argument, someone tried to make the argument that, well, if I got the Developer Connection DVDs, because I was at Warpstock and there were 40 DVDs, CDs sitting on the table, and I snatched them up from the table, I have the full set, then I should have a DDK license. No, that's not what it means at all. That's not what it means. The DDK license is very specific, that it is granted to the person who has a subscription to the Developer Connection. So if a company has a subscription, then the company has a DDK license. So there you have it. Now, you could go back to that company and say, look, you had a subscription to Developer Connection magazine, which came with a DDK license. Would you transfer that to ArcaOS? They could transfer it to us, and we could transfer it to you. Now you have a valid DDK license. Okay?
So, just not to beat that to death,
Yeah.
but I assume that transfer at this point is, on the honor system?
Pretty much. I mean, what I would want to be able to show IBM is some kind of paper trail. How many people have records of what subscription they actually had? I mean, who keeps that stuff?
Yeah, that's what my question is, because I had a subscription.
Because it was never something that was stated in the beginning. Please maintain records of your subscription in case you want to transfer your non-transferable license.
I don't know that I could dredge up any paperwork for that.
The best that we can do is the honor system when it comes to us. And we just have to be careful when we give it out that we have done our best due diligence.
I mean, they may have a record, IBM may have a record.
That's what I'm thinking. They will have the record of all the people.
If they haven't tossed it already.
No, they have to keep that stuff. That's their intellectual property. They can't throw that out.
They don't need to keep what intellectual property? Subscribers to a defunct publication?
But if they're saying the subscription is the license, and they're
That's-
not maintaining a list of the licensees,
I'm just saying that we have to do our due diligence.
There was a second way of getting the DDK though.
Was there?
Yeah, you could they had a website, you could go in there, make a request, you had to request it,
Mm-hmm.
and then they allowed you to download it. I don't remember if they sent an email back even on it, you just.
I don't know if that would have included the DDK.
No, that was.
The DDK license.
Now, I don't know about the DDK license for certain, but they allowed you to download the DDK.
Like with everything that has been my experience with large companies, and I'm not disparaging IBM, let's be very clear, we have a non-disparagement clause in our agreement. I would never disparage IBM. I love IBM. IBM's a great company. IBM gave us OS2. But the contradiction, even in the same departments in these large companies, you ask one guy one thing, you ask another guy another thing, you get two completely different answers, and you're left, you know. So then when you ask, they say, well, we'll have to refer it to legal, and then you know that forget it, That's where good ideas go to die. Send it to the legal department.
Couldn't you just create some licenses?
Now there's a thought.
Create some PDFs and let them challenge you?
Well, there's a
not
thought.
before.
Yeah, as I say, we have to do our due diligence. That's all. Anyway, so there's a difference between updates and upgrades. An update is when you have a valid support and maintenance subscription, you get updates. So 5.1.1 to 5.1.2 is considered an update, and that's included in your subscription. Interim fixes that we release stand alone, as long as you have a valid support and maintenance subscription. That's an update, and you can download that. There's no additional cost. An upgrade from a minor version to a new minor version, 5.0 to 5.1, whether it's 5.0.0 or 5.0.8, and whether it's to 5.1.0, of course you can't get 5.1.0 anymore, 5.1.1 is current. Whatever it is, that's a new purchase. It's discounted if you have valid support and maintenance. It's discounted, and we add your remaining subscription term to your new 5.1 subscription, because a 5.1 maintenance and support subscription is different than a 5.0 support and maintenance subscription. Different content in some cases. But the time period that you have, if you have 3 months left on your 5.0 subscription and you upgrade to 5.1, you will get the 6 months that come with 5.1 plus your remaining 3 months that you had on your 5.0. You don't lose that when you upgrade. We will continue to release updates for 5.0. We haven't orphaned the product or anything. Should the time arise that we feel that we need to spin a new ISO, there may very well be a 5.0.9. So if you're already running 5.0 and you don't need the new features in 5.1, you don't want the new features in 5.1, you can just keep renewing your 5.0 support and get whatever fixes are put out. A lot of fixes are for both units. So when we release an update to ArcaOS Desktop, for instance, our streamlined X Workplace, that applies to 5.0 and 5.1. You get that for free. And everyone says, well, X Workplace is open source. Can I just get that? Yes, but the USB widget that comes with ArcaOS Desktop is proprietary. You don't get that with X Workplace. So you need to get ArcaOS Desktop for that. If you want an update to it, you need to have a valid maintenance subscription. And if you're running 5.0 and 5.0 is great, but you've got a problem with the USB widget and you want to update it, you better have a valid maintenance and support subscription to download the latest ArcaOS Desktop and get that new widget. And updates, as I said, that are for 5.1 only. For instance, in 5.1 we changed the Arca Mapper utility. It's completely different, written in Qt. That is not applicable to 5.0. Although I think Alex made that open source and freely available anyway. That's not a great example. Anything that's 5.1 specific, well, updates to the UEFI kernel are 5.1 specific.
Also, the thing for working with disks and partitions, that improved significantly. There used to be 2 of them, and now there's just one. Like that's an example of that.
The maintenance and installation volume manager.
Yeah, that guy.
I believe
to be like
that
simple and complicated or something.
Yeah, simple and advanced.
Mm-hmm.
We still ship the advanced one. We just don't make a desktop object for it.
And is the one that comes with 5.1 a new thing?
It's an update to the other one, but it's freely available for both platforms.
Okay.
So that's not a good example. There are other components that are 5.1 specific. I'm not coming up with a good example in my head right now. But if you're still running a mix of 5.0 and 5.1, you'll need to have support for 5.0 and 5.1 because you can't just download 5.1 content. It may not be applicable to your 5.0 and vice versa. So if you're running a mix, if you've got 5 machines and 3 of them are running 5.1 and 2 of them are running 5.0, you'll need to have subscriptions for both if you're going to continue to run both of them. So some in ArcaOS management took exception to some of the language in these slides. Please take a lot of this as tongue-in-cheek. It's really meant to just set some guidelines about what ArcaOS does and what ArcaOS does not do. Our focus is on providing a usable OS. That's our focus. Not applications, not teaching people how to use the operating system, but providing an operating system. You want additional software? There are places to get additional software. Some of the software is available from us. We support that as we support that additional software. Not as we support, not part of the, maybe not part of the ArcaOS support. But our focus is on getting an operating system that boots and runs and is able to access the hardware that you have so that you can use your machine effectively. We provide updates to those critical system device drivers as the need arises. And we create new device drivers. Well, David creates new device drivers. As necessary as our resources permit, and going along with as necessary for how many people. You know, a lot of people say, I have this gizmo that I got in 1997 and it won't work with ArcaOS. Can you make a driver for that? Well, you're the only guy who still has one of these 1997 gizmos. Why don't you get a new gizmo that we can actually support? You know, so within reason. And again, there's an emphasis on devices that are required for booting, because if the machine doesn't boot, the operating system really isn't worth a lot. What that means, backing up for a moment, what that means is, I want a Wi-Fi driver. My Wi-Fi doesn't work. There are workarounds for that. You get one of those little travel things. It's like that big. It powers off the USB on the system, connects to your Ethernet, and voila, you have a wireless connection. I know it's not as convenient as having Wi-Fi built into the machine, being able to use that Wi-Fi, but it gets the job done. Wi-Fi drivers will come along. They are just not a priority for getting the machine up and running and getting you connected when we have these USB gizmos or one of these travel router gizmos that will get you connected somewhere. That's the point that I'm making.
Now, one question is, you do actually provide a repository of applications in the Yum stuff?
Yes.
And, you know, how does stuff get in there? Like, for example, the C++ compiler, there are newer versions of it. I don't know whether it's a good idea to use them, but, like, why aren't those available in there, for example? Or why isn't the Apache thing in there? Or, like, what's the process for that?
All right. Let me talk for a minute about the ArcaOS Yum repositories. So ArcaOS maintains currently three basic Yum repositories: stable, experimental, and subscription. The stable repository is packages produced by ArcaOS that we freely distribute to the community, that we have tested and we know to work and behave properly.
By produced, you mean like you packaged them as an RPM?
We
and
package them,
You didn't develop them necessarily.
we may have built the binary,
Mhm.
or we may have packaged something else. Here's an example. Paul Smedley does our Samba builds. Paul will do a Samba build and send over and put on his server a zip file of that Samba build. I will grab his zip file, I will package that as an RPM, and push that to the ArcaOS repository. ArcaOS officially, Paul does not work for ArcaOS. Paul is engaged by ArcaOS for some other work from time to time, but he is not one of our regular developers. But I packaged it, and so I put it on the ArcaOS Yum repository. So that's an example of software that was not developed by ArcaOS that gets in there. Alex writes his own software. He packages it as an RPM, and he pushes it to the ArcaOS repository. That's an example of software developed under the auspices of ArcaOS, available in ArcaOS's free stable repository. Experimental are packages along those same lines, both of those couple of tracks, that for whatever reason we either haven't fully vetted the packaging to make sure that an upgrade works the way it's supposed to work, or the content itself. Maybe the binary is experimental. And Alex will say, look, I just made an update to the ArcaMapper, but I'm not sure this is going to work for everyone. So I put the package in experimental. Download it, install it, and see if it works for you. Once we vet that it works the way it's supposed to, it will migrate to the stable repository. The subscription repository is, again, both of those two types of packages, those that we've packaged that have been built by others, and those who have been built under our auspices in the first place, but which are meant to be for people with valid software subscriptions only.
You mean for that product? Or
For an ArcaOS product or the drivers and
what's an
software
example of
subscription.
that? I didn't even know this existed.
What's in the subscription repository? I'll tell you. Two things are in the subscription repository. I package up regular updates, semi-regular updates, to the USB device database and the PCI device database. Those are available to subscribers to ArcaOS support and maintenance, and to the OS2 drivers and software subscription. So if you have either of those subscriptions, you can log into, it's a credentialed repository, the subscription repository. You can log in and download those packages and update your definitions. So the PCI definitions are for the PCI.exe application that maps your PCI devices. And the USB one is for things that identify specific USB devices. There are several packages that rely on that USB IDs list. And so if you want to keep current, you can download those. Why are those subscription? I'm the guy who packages them.
So do they, I couldn't pull the repository up, but does that appear as a choice on those repositories? The subscription repository?
If you go to the wiki on the ArcaOS site, and you go to ArcaOS Package Manager, We have a listing there of all of the the known repositories, including our stable and our subscription and our experimental repositories.
Now,
Other software that is built by other people, generally today, that's the NetLabs repositories. That's software that's essentially built by Bitwise. And that's where that software goes. That is not under our control at all. We have nothing to do with that. However, some years ago, it became apparent to me, this is prior to ArcaOS, it became apparent to me that there was no US-based mirror for that repository. So if you wanted to connect to the NetLabs repository, you had to connect to it in Europe, which was sometimes problematic for people here in the States. So I created a mirror under the 2rosenthals.com domain, and I mirror that. That mirror has nothing to do with ArcaOS. That's 2Rosenthal's mirror of the NetLabs repository.
and is that what you get when you go to the experimental stuff, or does it go to the one in Europe?
It'll go to it, depending on how you have Yum or ArcaOS Package Manager set up. It could go to one of them exclusively, either Europe or the US, or it could go to the one, it could fail over from one to the other, preferring the one in Europe, and then if that's not available, doing this one. Or if you install the Yum Fastest Mirror plugin for Yum, Yum will determine which one is responding better and pull from that one.
Now,
And in a perfect world, the mirror is in sync with the original.
right. Now, what about the particular things I asked about, like the newer C++ compilers?
You know, I knew I was going to do that. I ran my battery down. The newer C++ compilers,
Smedley builds them pretty frequently, actually, and
they're zips.
so that's a headache.
I haven't
those.
packaged any of those.
Okay,
And Paul does not build RPMs.
right, I know.
This is what usually Bitwise Works does actually. Me in
What's that?
particular. Bitwise Works distributes C++ RPM
Newer ones?
archives, and I am the one who does that usually.
Uh-huh. And is it on the,
Answering to your question.
is it on the experimental thing?
First it goes there, and if it works fine, then we just move it to the release repository, and basically
Okay.
how it's done.
And what about like Apache and PHP?
Just the same thing. I mean, it's just the same thing. And there is actually a lot of new stuff in the experimental repository right now.
Uh-huh.
I will be talking about that
Okay.
tomorrow.
All right. Because that's a headache tracking down
Yeah.
stuff for you.
It seems like there might be some confusion between the NetLabs RPM repositories and ArcaOS. That the RPM repositories. People are conflating them, not the same.
Yeah, they are completely different. The NetLabs repositories and the ArcaOS repositories. Different content put out by different people.
Right.
Sometimes you will find a library that exists in the ArcaOS repository. For instance, I needed to build new TLS for something some time ago, so I built it, packaged it as RPM, and it ended up in the ArcaOS repository. As soon as Bitwise built new TLS and packaged it, ours is still there, but it will not be updated. Just because our resources are stretched thin enough, duplicating each other's work is really a waste.
Right.
But the content is different. I mean, one has absolutely nothing to do with the other. And the ArcaOS repository is nowhere near as mature or as full as the NetLab repositories.
Okay.
Sorry about that, everyone. I let my battery drain on me.
Turn off the sound.
No, don't switch over yet. Don't switch over. I'm not ready for that to switch over yet. My copyrighted picture is not supposed to be.
Oh.
Is there a way to turn that on?
Yeah. Settings, the sounds.
So,
I'll switch it over when I'm ready.
system start,
That.
and probably shut down.
Just bear with me for 1 second, everyone.
So-
and we'll be back in business.
Or maybe you just set it to 0.
Oh, right, different volumes.
So then if you go to this, oh
You
yeah,
can also
okay.
make it, set it to nothing.
Well, I did, I just went to 0. Okay.
Where was I?
And how do you get rid of this thing? I have my bar at the top, so there's the scroll bar that doesn't do anything down the bottom.
Your icons are slightly off screen.
No, but it's always there, no matter which system. It's never, because I have the bar on the top, just because I like it. When you put it on
One
the
other
bottom,
question.
it covers it up.
You said there was information on the ArcaOS website about the RPM repos?
Yeah,
Where is that?
in the ArcaOS package manager wiki.
Reduce work area. Extend
I should probably cross-reference it somewhere else.
first page. Nope.
That doesn't do that.
But we have a
I've never-
table of known repositories.
It doesn't appear on here, so we'll have to look at your settings.
Are you seeing it yet?
I found it on the wiki. Yeah, there it is.
Where is it?
David just asked where
Yeah, so where is it?
it's on the ArcaOS website, wikis,
Mm-hmm.
ArcaOS package manager.
It's
You'll
under there,
find a list of repositories there, known repositories.
and you can add them to the GUI.
Yeah, just follow take the URI and add that to your ArcaOS package manager. All right, so what does ArcaOS not do? We don't do user applications specifically. That's not our focus. So if one more person comes up to me and says, you need to develop a new web browser, we don't develop web browsers. We give you the operating system on which you may run a web browser. Someone else needs to develop the web browser. As we can all see and understand, developing a web browser, porting a web browser to the OS2 platform is arduous work. It is ungodly work. We don't do that work. We have other ungodly work to do.
Didn't work.
We just don't have the human resources to do a browser and an operating system. Well, how can you sell a license for an operating system when you have a browser from the 1990s in it? Well, what can I tell you? What would you like us to do? Stop selling it until we have a browser that's... the problem with the browser wars and browsers in general is that technology keeps moving forward, and it takes us so long to get something ported that works that by the time that's ported and working, we're on to the next greatest thing. But we could be chasing our tails on that one forever. So ArcaOS works specifically with the OS. That's what our shtick is. We don't teach users how to use OS2. If you are, and this is really for the people online, because everyone here knows how to use the operating system. We thank you very much if you're a new or returning OS2 user. And if you would like to learn more about how to use OS2, come to Warpstock, find a local user group, find an online group, and people will give you user-to-user support. The OS2 community, unlike other technology communities, and I speak specifically of the Linux community in this regard, is very welcoming of new users. I have very rarely in my experience seen someone ask a question and have that question answered by RTFM and then just walk away. OS2 users as a whole do not behave that way. It's never been the case. We've always been very welcoming and willing to share our collective knowledge with people. I don't compare us to the Windows community because we're not a group of 13-year-olds telling each other how the world works and everything else. Because at 13, you've got it all figured out. You know what the saying is that goes with that? If I knew half as much at 30 as I thought I knew at 16, think of how far I'd be in life now. So I'm not talking about the Windows community at all. I'm comparing the OS2 community to the Linux community. People ask a question in the Linux forums about something, and it seems like a completely legitimate question to me. And the answer comes back RTFM. Yeah, which manual? Which manual should I read? Point me.
And when was the last time they printed a manual?
Thank you. Exactly. Where do I find the manual? OS2 users are not like that. There are resources on the net and in person, like this one, where people can come and exchange ideas and ask questions and get usable answers to their questions. That's not what ArcaOS does. We will provide you with an operating system to use, sufficient documentation with that operating system to be able to use it. If you want more than that, you need to seek that more elsewhere. Because again, we only have so many human resources, and as we all know, writing documentation is a science unto itself. And the more time we spend writing documentation, the less development work gets done. The less development work gets done, the more people complain that we're not developing enough. We don't teach new users how to use computers. Sorry. I used to give computer lessons back in another life. This is a floppy disk. The floppy disk goes in this slot. You need to format the floppy disk before you can store. I know, you don't know what a format is. Let me explain it to you. Let me draw you a pie, and this is a track, and this is a sector, and you need to lay this down logically, magnetically on the floppy disk. We don't do that, okay? Our expectation is, just like if you go to a dealership to buy a new car, you already know how to drive. So if you got a new computer and you don't know how to use it, and you don't know what all the buttons do on it, we are not experts in every manufacturer's latest machine. Please do not ask us to tell you what button to press to turn it on and off. We don't do that. Believe me, we see tickets of all stripes come into our bug tracker. And every ticket requires a response. And every response takes time. And we go right back to that, how much time are we going to spend answering questions in the bug tracker about things that we don't do before it impacts the things that we do? We don't act as a substitute for reading the documentation. If we've already given you the documentation, either with the operating system or in the wiki, and believe me, we take great pains to add to and update and refine the information in the wiki. If we give you a pointer and say, look, what you need is in the USB wiki on the website, read that. Don't ask us to rewrite it just for you in your ticket, please. Again, same thing. The more time we spend writing tickets, the less time we spend getting work done. The AC kicked on.
Yeah.
So here's the plan for the 5.1 release. 5.1.1, as I said, was current. It's available in English, German, Spanish, and Russian. 5.1.2 is in the final stages. Very short beta cycle this time around. Most of our changes were things that we would have liked to have gotten done for 5.1.1, some tweaks to the installer and whatnot to get it shoehorned into the computer a little bit more easily. There will be a 5.1.3 release at some point and other releases down the line before we run into 5.2. How many of those there are going to be, it all depends. How many additional languages we offer depends on a number of things. Demand. We currently build ISOs internally for 11 languages, including English. They're in varying stages of completion and readiness. We released those 4 languages, the 3 additional ones on top of English for 5.1.1, because we felt that German, Spanish, and Russian were pretty much done to the point of being usable by non-English speakers. French is partway there. Italian's very close. Dutch is probably on par with French, I think. Alex may have different thoughts on this than I, but yeah, could we prod the translators into doing more to get them finished off?
So you have a little stable of translators that work on?
Yeah, we do. We have a stable of translators. As you can imagine, probably more German translators than anything else specifically. But
Spanish is pretty complete?
Spanish is pretty complete. Martin, you use the Spanish version?
Just a little bit. Yeah. I use it.
And you contributed to the...
Not much. Alfredo did everything, and Alfredo did a great job. Yeah.
He's quite the perfectionist. Yeah, Spanish is probably... German and Spanish are top-notch work that's been done on those. Russian, and I'm not taking anything away from Yuri. Yuri's work on Russian is amazingly complete. Yuri wants to translate stuff that is nearly impossible to reach to translate. So he's very particular. This is still in English. This is still in English. As I say, the other languages the translators aren't quite as motivated. And it's difficult to motivate people to translate stuff because it's not exactly the most exciting work in the world. The other languages will be along as we need them. If we have a large commercial customer based in China, for instance, who needs a Chinese release, we'll get farther into that. We do have a Chinese translator who's not been very active.
Japanese?
We have a rough Japanese translation. Alex has done most of the work on that, but I think for Alex it's more for a proof of concept for him than actual nuts and bolts translating work. Manuals that weren't provided by IBM have not been translated to Japanese. And that's another thing. IBM's translations, and I'm not disparaging IBM. IBM did a wonderful job with OS2 Warp and all the languages they offered. And they offered a lot more languages than we do. But their translations are woefully incomplete. For whatever reason. I mean, you'll be looking at a version of, you'll be looking at OS2 in German, and you'll open up a manual, and the manual's in English, because that was never translated. German WinOS2 is pretty much complete, but the other languages, you get English WinOS2. That's just... They did sort of where we are now in the sense that if there was a need for it, then they paid more attention to it. Other than that, it was, yes, and we offer Hebrew. They did offer Hebrew. Hebrew's a tricky one because it's a right-to-left language.
Arabic also. They
Arabic is also right to left, and that sets up a whole other set of challenges. The double byte character sets, the Eastern languages are tricky. Some of the languages have dedicated kernel builds for those languages. So there's synchronization that needs to go on, and it's a project. A separate project from making the operating system better, just keeping the languages on par with English. So obviously English is our focus, but we don't shy away from the other languages, and we will release them as needed as we get there.
I'm a tester, so I probably shouldn't ask this question, but on 5.1.2, are we intending to upgrade the Samba server components?
David's smiling back there because he knows that's one of my pet peeves. The answer to that question is a qualified maybe.
Okay.
I'm sort of the Samba maven in the group, so that part of the blocker ticket has historically fallen to me. I don't know if I'm going to get there by the time we release 5.1.2. And I don't want to hold up 5.1.2 because I'm not there yet.
Okay, that's a good
Because it can always be bolted on later,
Yeah.
right? The real holdup with synchronizing the Samba versions has been my inability to figure out what kind of replacement for the configuration components we have. I really want to replace simple Samba configuration center with something else, perhaps written in Qt. Alex does not want to do that. He did a great job on the Qt client components. He doesn't want to get involved in the server ones, and I don't blame him for that. And I don't want to get involved in writing the Qt myself, because Qt is not my shtick. Other platforms, Linux really doesn't offer a unified Samba server configuration utility. But OS2, ArcaOS is not Linux. People expect certain things from us that would be more along the lines of what they expect from Windows in that regard. And as we know, if you want to share a drive in Windows, you just open up the properties of the drive and check the sharing box, and it's done. And then the entire world can see all of the private stuff you have on your machine. Which, of course, is the flip side of the coin, is that, we can't just have it toggle on so easily. So this has really been the holdup with it. So I'm going to try, but I have a limited amount of time because we really want to get 5.1.2 out before the end of the year. That's not a promise to anyone in the room or anyone online, but it is a plan. So the main points, as I said, we've got some fixes to the installer. There's some string matching that goes on in the installer for keyboard types and things like that. And David has greatly enhanced that string matching so that you actually get the right keyboard when you say that you have a Spanish keyboard. Things like that, so that you're not fighting with the installer. You've got it all set up in pre-boot, and you think everything's fine, and then you get into the installer and you realize, why isn't that key working? Well, it's not working because the keyboard actually didn't match the one you thought it matched. So that's really been taken care of now. And there are other updates to the installer to make it go in better. Latest drivers, obviously. Latest UEFI loader. Dixie has made some improvements to that stuff, even though He's still in Russia. We're still able to get work from him, and he has graciously provided that work to us and committed it to the repository.
Can you not pay him?
I can't pay him. We're just sort of stuck waiting. So I just keep this running total going in my head so that, eventually we can get him some compensation. But he's a good guy, and he continues to churn out stuff for us, and he's very responsive to bug reports. So he's made some interesting tweaks to the UEFI subsystem for us. That will be in 5.1.2. David will talk more about the drivers when he does his thing, but just to tell you what's included, there's an update to AMOUS that will be included in 5.1.2. AMOUS has really come a long way since the rewrite and everything. It's fully functional on ThinkPads now with track points. They behave normally. They don't get all jittery and nervous and whatnot, forcing everyone to use the single mouse driver. USB updates will be in 5.1.2.
Could I?
Yeah.
USB, is there somebody else that writes USB drivers?
Lars compiles his own USB drivers. Lars's drivers are 16-bit.
Okay.
They're not 32-bit drivers. Lars does not have an EHCI driver for USB 3. So he has USB 1 and 2 drivers.
You mean XHCI?
Yeah.
Sorry, XHCI. Don't mind me. I'm still tired from.
I mean, why would you ever use those?
The
I'm just
trick
curious,
is-
because they come up on, you get these lists or emails.
Some people find that for their particular mix of hardware, Lars's drivers work better for them.
And is that a little world of drivers that doesn't operate with the one that's provided with ArcaOS, or what's the story there?
Well, we certainly don't support our USB stack with foreign components added on top of it.
Okay, I mean, might they interfere is, I guess, the main question.
Interfere is probably not the right word. They may not be written to the same code base as other parts of the ArcaOS USB stack. David,
You
you
run them at the same time, they're mutually exclusive.
yeah. So,
Okay.
but I mean, the question is, could you run our USB base driver and then? I guess you couldn't. You have to use the USB base driver that goes with those class drivers.
You can run any class driver on top of ArcaOS USB stack. But the host controller drivers are a matched set.
Host controller driver. That's
Host
the
controller
word I was
drivers and the USB-B driver is a matched set.
Right.
The HID drivers are a matched set. Other independent class drivers, such as, I don't know, network drivers or sound drivers, things like those are independent class drivers.
Yeah, and they're agnostic.
They don't care, you can run any of those.
Yeah. And some people find that they've got a particular USB device that works better with Lars's drivers, and for whatever reason, Lars takes great pains to quite often write his drivers around things that people are testing. So, my keyboard doesn't work with this, so he'll add tweaks for that particular keyboard. That's not the ArcaOS approach. I mean, that's sort of like a last resort for us. We write to the standard. But I'm not disparaging Lars's work at all, and he's certainly welcome to make whatever software he wants to make.
And what about that, like I have a laptop upstairs that's an AMD ThinkPad,
Mm-hmm.
and the keyboard and mouse do not work because of that different
I2O.
hardware layer. Yeah, I looked it up on Windows, I think, and I could see that it had that. So is that,
It's on the board.
That's a whole nother can of worms. I've never seen an I2C keyboard.
I2C, thank
I
you.
mean, if you're interested, I can bring it down and,
Yeah, I can look at it.
okay. You don't have to do anything. But I plug a, USB keyboard, and that's kind of crazy with a laptop.
It's like an old friend of mine who was a transmission rebuilder, and my brother had just purchased a 67 MG midget from our cousin. And he said to him, I'd like you to take a look at it. And Morris was standing back and says, I can see it from here. It looks like 3 speeds on the floor. Terrific. You'll be all set. That's as close as he wanted to get to it.
4 speeds.
Yes, it was. But the base keyboard driver was updated. I don't remember what that update specifically addressed, David. Do you? I noticed it in the SVN log. So I have to go back and look at our conversation at the time.
I think that may have to do with missing, it was missing some of the hardware.
PS2.
Maybe that had to do with missing PS2.
Oh, was that what it was? Missing
I think
PS2
so.
support in the?
Well, then they removed PS2 from some of the machines, I think.
Oh, maybe was that it? Was it?
Something, I don't remember. I can look.
Was it the i8042 business?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really funny. We were testing a system for a client, and I had this little box on my desk, and it was so annoying because you'd have to hit the key like 20 times, and then finally it would boot up, and the machine was just so sluggish. And it turned out that it had no i8042
Yeah, it's for
chip
this
in it.
8042.
Yeah. And of course, all the IBM stuff expected an i8042 to always and forever be there. So when it wasn't there, it just, didn't know what to do. At least it didn't freeze, but it was almost unusable. So what did I do? I do what I generally do. I put it all in the box, and I sent it to David. And I said, would you let me know what's going on with this thing? Because it's bizarre. So then, like the next day, David sends me a note. He says, there's no i8042 in it. I said, what do you mean there's no i8042? I mean, my first thought is, what, the machine without an i8042? And turns out that that's the way they're coming out these days.
Well, not all of them.
Not all of them, but
It's rare,
but it's becoming. It may be the beginning of a trend. You never can tell.
What about when something happens, like this laptop actually, I have ArcaOS installed on the hardware.
Yeah.
And I'll turn it on and it won't boot up, it just sits there. And I give up eventually, but then I'll reset it.
Does it
And
freeze?
then it'll come up.
Does it freeze at the logo?
Yes, it's on the logo.
Okay.
Mhm.
You
Is there any
can
way to-
try adding Alt F2 on that dummy file to your
I don't know what that is.
root directory.
I can find out.
Yeah. We think that may change the timing of the
Is that what's going on? There's some
initialization.
issue in it.
We think we don't have really clear evidence of anything at this point.
Okay.
I have my T590 does that. At every 4th boot, it just sort of
Sits
and waits for me to do something.
there, lets you admire the logo.
Yeah,
Exactly.
This machine was doing it quite frequently until the other day when they put that out there, and I'm like, oh, let me try that.
And that seems to have
I hadn't
addressed
had it
it.
happen again, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll
I have
ask
a
you.
lot of machines do that, and I don't know why I didn't say it, but I've noticed that it gets a little better with that, but all of them still freeze with our.
Dixie has speculated that he believes that it's the PSD.
Uh-huh.
I don't
Well,
I don't
he didn't
think
say
so.
He didn't say
I-
the PSD caused it, he thought that the PSD was fixing it, basically, go out there and trigger something. That's what happened.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I was going to send you a note about that, but it didn't seem to me that was entirely plausible. That doesn't mean it's not a kernel defect. It doesn't mean it's not a kernel defect. It could be a kernel defect. I don't know whether it's a kernel defect that can be addressed in the PSD or whether we need to address it with a kernel update. If we do, that's an excellent example, by the way. I'm glad that we're talking about this. If we do have to address that kernel defect, that updated kernel would be a 5.1 update only. It would not be applicable to 5.0. So you'd have to have a 5.1 support and maintenance subscription to get that kernel update.
So you patch the IBM kernel? So
We have a limited ability to reverse engineer and provide binary fixes to IBM's code. We got no source code in our agreement with IBM.
Really?
But we can make fixes, and obviously to make fixes you need to be able to disassemble stuff. So we got a limited exclusion of the non-reverse engineering clause of the license. Specifically to address like nonsense like this. They said to me at the time, well, what defects do you want to fix? I said, how should I know? They haven't turned up yet. You fixed the last defects. That was in Fix Pack 5. But there were several other defects that we fixed since then because we have a whole series of kernels since then.
The issue is probably timing.
When it's hanging,
Yeah. It's just weird that it's so seemingly inconsistent.
Yeah.
That's the weird
At least
part.
it works the second time.
Generally, I've had mine has stuck 2 or 3 times in a row. Though.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not that patient.
but I think it got better with the Alt F2 on.
I have a couple systems in my shop that do that, and I have tried to figure out what it is. I have one system that I can put one partition over and over and over and over every time until I boot the other partition first.
Really?
And then they all work.
That's a good one.
I don't,
Wow.
I haven't been able to figure it out.
Wow.
It's one of those weird things,
Also, why is there so much less memory available now?
Because a lot of the memory's been moved above the 32-bit boundary.
Uh-huh.
We can only access stuff below the 32-bit boundary.
Right, and, okay, like why do they do, what's up with that?
Because 64-bit machines don't care.
Yeah, 64-bit machines don't care.
Uh-huh.
So if you're building a
If you can access
machine,
it also, why not move it up there where there's lots of space?
Yeah.
You gotta put all the hardware down in the lower part. Maybe they're not even doing that anymore either.
Uh-huh.
if you're building a machine that's going to come preloaded with a 64-bit operating system on it, what do you care?
Right.
When they make these laptops, they don't make them and say, gee, if we do this, people running OS2 are going to be locked out. They don't do that. They say, what, you're going to ship this with what on it? Oh, we're going to ship it with 64-bit Windows. Well, then they just make sure that whatever they do is compatible with 64-bit Windows. That's it. I don't blame them for that. I mean, you got to draw a line somewhere. If we were all making machines that were DOS compatible, think about the problems we'd have then.
Right.
But that's a fact of life. And as a result, some machines have more available system memory below the 4 gigabyte boundary than others.
Like when I use Quassel, which is a QT app for the IRC stuff when we have our meetings. And sometimes when I start that, it says there's insufficient memory and it won't start up. And then I have to kill maybe the browser and then it'll work.
Well, you get
Is
memory
that a symptom of that?
fragmentation.
What's that?
You get memory fragmentation.
Uh-huh.
So what happens is you get little holes of memory that are available. So if you add them all up, it looks like, oh, look, I've got 2 gigabytes of memory available. But they're not contiguous.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got, 10K here and 30K there and 50K there, that's 90K. But if you have something that needs to load that needs 150K, not going to fit. If you have something that needs to load that needs 40K, contiguous, not going to fit, even though you think you've got 90K available. That's fragmentation. So unload stuff that's using that memory that's caused the fragmentation. Now you've got a larger contiguous block, then you can start adding your programs into that blocking. I get that with Java, with CMonkey, OpenOffice, and if I open Money Dance in a Java session, I can't, it won't work. Typically, yeah, the Java session will hang up and won't open. So if I kill SeaMonkey first, I can open the other two and then I can start SeaMonkey after that. So that's unfortunately a condition of running ported 64-bit applications in a 32-bit space. There's only so much we can do about that. And the problem will get worse as time goes on. The question is, it's a race. Is the problem going to get so bad that within the next 50 years we can't use the operating system, or is it going to get so bad within the next 5 years that we can't use the operating system? Anybody's guess.
And the VMs have a lot more memory.
You can add more memory to VMs, yeah. But VMs have their own limitations. It's.
But basic, when you run that MEM utility, it's like 3.5 gigabytes.
Yeah.
Always.
Sure. Yeah, we've improved the USB stick creation utility. Addressed some issues that were left over from previous incarnations. There is still an issue with our hybridized USB stick. When I say hybridized, I mean it boots traditional and UEFI. Creating that stick on Windows 10 is problematic because of the way Windows believes the partitions should be laid out. I don't know that that's something that we can actually fix. So
create it on Linux or OS too.
Yeah. Or create a DVD. Use optical media. We're working on potential workarounds for the problem. Maybe the potential workaround is on those machines to be able to make a UEFI only stick, or a traditional, well, you wouldn't need a traditional one then only, because the traditional ones aren't going to be running that version of Windows that would give them a problem. So, but in the meantime, we've refined the process so that the stick creation utility should not fail in as many edge cases as it does now. The updater has been tweaked so we can address things like files that have been flagged read-only that were interrupting our updating process. Now we work around those situations. How do these files get flagged read-only? You have a third-party application that has to make changes to your network configuration. And the guy who wrote that third-party application in the 1990s decided it would be a good idea to make protocol ini read-only. And then you run your updater, and the updater stops right in the middle of the process. And you can't figure out why it is. And the IBM installer, good old SE-inst, the IBM installer tells you something unexpected happened. Now that's a helpful message. That's like the check engine light. So some more research, and finally we see, it's failing because it can't update protocol ini with the new stuff. And there are certain parts of the base installer that we run even when we do updates, just because we may have updated something, and that's the way that we install and update that particular component. So we were seeing some odd updating failures. We've addressed more of those things to limit those number of failures. So you asked about the Samba 4 server. It's planned. I'd like to get it in there for 5.1.2. But I need to get it on par with the client. It's got to be exactly the same version. Paul wanted to update the client and then update the server to match. And I was I'm not really hesitant about that, but it's more to test, because then we got to test the client versus just a server that matches the client we already distributed. On the upside, there have been fixes to the client, so we probably should get those out. It's planned. I'll see if we can do it. These are mainly post 5.1.2. So the printer manager, that's always been one of Alex's things. He would really like to have a new printer manager. That's a unified printer manager that you don't need to use 4 different utilities to manage your printers. The desktop notebook background page. There was a bug that IBM introduced in MCP that doubles up JPEG listings, it doesn't show PNGs, and we can now use PNGs for backgrounds. I think you can use PNGs for backgrounds. But there have been a few things that. So that's sort of in the planning stages with a new feature. This is probably going to be an X-Workplace feature, by the way. I've talked to Rich about it. To rotate desktops randomly or on a schedule.
The desktop background.
Desktop backgrounds, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can get those at some point post 5.1.2. Again, that would be something that could be updated completely separate from the operating system anyway. So it's not waiting on another ISO release. There's a new multi-Mac driver that's in development. David will talk more about that, I guess, in his MMIGC.
Yeah.
And print to PDF, which was something that Andy suggested some time ago, that Alex has given us a proof of concept for that, to set up the print to PDF printer, so that out of the box you can at least print to PDF from anywhere on the desktop.
I have a suggestion, I think it's significant. You have to give an option what PDF level you're going to print to.
Okay.
If you don't, you'll create PDFs. If you just say, oh, sort of the Windows idea, we're going to go to the latest one, a lot of PDF readers can't read them.
Well, we wouldn't generate PDFs that we couldn't read with Lucide.
Yeah, but there are a lot of other readers besides that.
There are.
Yeah, if suppose you send the PDF to somebody.
Well, that person should be using Lucide, obviously.
Well, but there's a question on that one too, actually, I had, because if you're adhering to the PDF-A standard for archiving PDFs, that's a different set of structures in the header of that PDF
Right.
than what you would have in like just a PDF manual that you download
Right,
from a
right.
website.
I-
So the PDF-A would be at least an important, like, other classification.
It's a good suggestion. I'm teasing with you.
You got to give options.
Yes,
For
it would
example,
be good to give options as to what level of PDF and default to something reasonable.
Well, let me give you some practical examples, because I get PDFs all the time
Mhm.
that I can't read because I use a particular program I bought from Adobe,
Mhm.
which is very good for me. It does everything I want. So I
How many years ago did you license that from Adobe?
15.
That's why it has trouble with some of the newer formats.
So I talked to the fellow, Dov Isaacs, who designed this stuff,
Mhm.
and he explained it to me. So they're new. So sometimes you just get an error message,
Mhm.
and says there are features this doesn't present. Okay, that's good design. It means you fail gracefully and you give an informative error message.
Right.
Talk about the informative error messages. Then the newer ones, nothing can read them. I mean, you put them in a browser and they'll interpret them. But these are ones typically which are PDFs in which you have filled out a form.
Fill-ins, yeah.
These cannot be read by the old standard readers, and lots of people use these for various reasons. Like
Fill-ins, annotated PDFs.
Okay,
Yep.
so, but let me give you an example now. So what I have to go, when I get some, I have to refile it, because I keep all my PDFs, thousands of PDFs, manuals and all kinds of things in a particular folder on my computer. I have to be able to open all at the same.
Mhm.
So I have to refile them, and the way you do that is you go to a wonderful website called convert.nevia.com, and normally people will put in, JPEGs and all kinds of converted to PDF. You can actually put a PDF in, but it asks you want 1.4, 1.5, 1. And it's the only one I know about, but you might want to look at that.
And you know what the problem is with going to that online site to convert your PDF? Whoever's running that online site has access
Yeah, sure,
to your
that's-
PDF, which may or may not have private information in it.
Tax returns and everything else. of
Thank
course.
you.
But
As a
in
guy who
fact-
has an accounting office, I can't do that.
Okay.
I can't.
And I'm just thinking, so, this is some fellow, like us, just a guy, who does this, and it didn't work it was offline, I got a hold of him, he said, we're trying to bend them, it's just some guy running out of his bedroom, but it's a wonderful, service.
And he was providing that service for free.
For free.
See, he wasn't harvesting any data. He
We
was
don't
just
know about
providing
that.
it
Maybe
for
that's what he
free.
was selling. Yeah. But I just think, do not release this thing printed level 1.8 or 1.9. You've got to give options.
It would definitely not be, it would not default to 1.8 or 1.9. I don't know that it would default to 1.7, probably 1.4, which is really old PDF.
That's what I use.
And that's acceptable
Everybody
by
can read that.
everything. Right. But, then again, maybe you want to do something else with the PDF when you're printing the PDF, so it's more usable.
So give options.
Yes.
That's what he does. It asks you what you want.
I will, as I say, we have a proof of concept right now that we're working on. Here's the thing, there is a PDF printer object for cups. And it does provide some rudimentary options for version of PDF and whatnot. Configuring it is a bit of a pain in the neck. And we want something that is easily configurable out of the box, that we can set up with a reasonable set of defaults during the installation of the operating system.
This has to be a print time choice.
Right, and the PDF cups printer does not give you that choice easily. You can do it, but you need to,
Have more printer objects.
yeah, you can have more printer objects, each one set up with a different set of defaults. And then you have to determine, well, which is your default printer?
Yeah, maybe that's what you have to do.
Well, let me see, I honestly have not had a chance to look at Alex's proof of concept yet, and I keep apologizing to him because I haven't had the time to do it. But it's something that we do want to have, it's a feature that we want to add to the operating system. And so the proof of concept is our first step to getting there.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you for your input, and I will definitely keep that in my mind when I'm looking at it, when I discuss it with Alex.
I get message from the senior center in Somerville, Massachusetts.
Mhm.
Every week they send a PDF. I can't read the thing. I have to load it in a browser.
I hear you, believe me.
But I mean, they don't know anything. They just,
I know,
because there's no choice.
It's like clients who say, "Oh, I'll email it to you," and then there's a 25 megabyte attachment. God help me. And what's the attachment? Snapshots from the camera. Each one's 5 megabytes.
Now, of course, they're all
Per
16.7 million colors. That's what they're doing.
At least they're not HEIS.
And there's no choice
Oh.
on the camera. That's the only way you can save it.
Those HEIC images. Oh. You know what I use for those? Are you ready? as I said, I have my Windows servers are virtualized. I have GIMP 2.0 running under Windows Server 2008 R2. And I load them up in GIMP 2.0 and I export them as JPEGs. Because again, I can't use an online form. Someone will get a notice from the IRS or something, take a snapshot and send it to me, and it's an HEIC. Because he took a snapshot with his Apple camera, which helpfully gives me an HEIC image that I can't do anything with. So what do? I can't go to an online site and just upload my client's notice from the IRS. Oh my God. They'll shoot me at dawn. So I had to come up with a way to do it in-house. And since I don't have a working GIMP on OS2, that was the next easiest thing for me to do. I have GIMP running on Linux, but not remotely accessible from my desktop easily. So I run GIMP 2.0 on Windows. I don't do a lot with it, but it's great for doing that kind of stuff. It's great for doing that kind of stuff. That's how I work around it.
Well, at work I was installing GIMP for that very reason, and then switched to Nomax, which unfortunately our Nomax didn't have the support, but Nomax is much smaller.
But it doesn't support HEIC.
Not on ours, but it does on Windows.
Ah.
And it's a lot smaller, comes up a lot faster, instead of having to wait there for the GIMP to. All right, we got some stuff on the YouTube here.
Yeah.
Dutch user. Explain people can how also lower kernel memory fragmentation, lower shared kernel memory. Asked what browser was being used and mark big DLLs to load high. And then R. Gambo says, yeah, forgetting to mark the 250 megabyte monster to load high is a killer. And then is loading DLL high perfect? No, but loading large DLLs low is the very worst you can do. End of story. You're better off fragmenting the high memory area and not the low memory area. Warning, do never mark OS2 DLLs such as PM merge DLL or DOS call 1.dll, etc. to load high.
That's for sure.
Only use GCC compiled DLLs and experiment carefully.
The best part of everything you just read was experiment carefully.
Well, it also, you were talking about some of the kernel fixes. One of those was to be able to allow the
Allow us to unload modules that were loaded
not
high.
tracking.
Yeah, so is everyone familiar with the load high utility? So you can load certain DLLs, code or data, or both, into high memory. Forcibly load them into high memory.
What is that above 512 or what is that?
David, this is more along your lines than mine. High memory in this case is above 512.
Should we be using the microphones for audio stuff?
They seem to be hearing us, so
They seem to be hearing us, so then we don't have to pass the microphones around in this room.
I don't remember.
Yeah, neither do
I
I.
think you're right, but I don't.
I think it's 512. I think it's 512. But yes, the ported GCC applications tend to build really, really, really huge DLLs. So they either don't fit in lower memory or you end up with tremendous amount of fragmentation. If you can load them high, it's a better use of your memory resources. But it depends upon your application mix, the hardware, the computer architecture itself. Sometimes the build of the application, so what worked for one version of SeaMonkey or Firefox doesn't work for another version. You have to know what you're doing and experiment carefully. I don't load anything high.
I don't either.
And I know that you don't. I mean, whenever this comes up as a talking point in a meeting, the question is your mileage, the answer is your mileage may vary. Some of us don't rely on that method at all. And I run some pretty big things. I run SeaMonkey, and I run OpenOffice, and I run Java applications. And yeah, I have to unload stuff and reload stuff sometimes just to consolidate my fragmented memory. But my uptime can be, weeks. It depends. Jeff, you had a question?
So this is as a non-programmer, having only rudimentary knowledge of this. If there is something that you have to save in a location and you can't due to the limitations of a 32-bit system, couldn't that be temporarily saved to a USB stick? Okay, so there's a problem, you could withdraw it, but you can address that always and put it the
You can address it as storage space, but you can't address it as working system RAM.
It's not possible to access it on some movable.
The only thing what you're suggesting is
It'd be fast.
put your swap file on a USB stick.
Something like that.
I recommend not.
That would not be a good thing.
No, but technically, can it be done?
Technically, you could do that. Your system would hang when you ejected the USB stick.
Well, don't do it while you're running the, it's just.
You only get to set your swapper location once.
Actually, can you do that?
I
Put your
think-
swapper on
I
a
think you
on a
guys are
removable.
talking about- I think you guys are talking cross purposes here.
So
What
if you
you're
have a
talking
machine-
about is system memory.
If you have a machine with that recognizes 1.5 gigabytes of system memory instead of up to 4 gigabytes,
Yeah.
You're stuck with that.
you're stuck with that. Your swapper will allow you to use up to 4 gigabytes of space. You'll just be swapping. You'll have to swap to your SSD.
Are you talking about to a USB drive, or are you talking about to RAM?
A USB drive as a, it's not like a. space
Why would you
system.
need it?
Because you say that some things are not accessible.
You have a machine that's got 16 gigabytes of memory installed in it, 16 gigabytes of RAM installed in it. ArcaOS will only see 1.5 gigabytes as system RAM. ArcaOS can recognize up to 4 gigabytes of system RAM. It will start swapping.
And USB has nothing to do with that.
Okay, so,
You want to put your swap file then on the most responsive, least used device. Least used if possible.
It's going to be an SSD.
This is going to be an SSD.
SSD, well,
And not in a RAM disk, because every time we go to our PAE RAM disk,
Shut this whole system down.
the processor has to shut down and start up again, switching back and forth. The performance is dreadful. Put it on the SSD.
okay, thank you.
The SSD is going to respond to you almost as quickly as system RAM. And you can use up to 4 gigabytes of RAM altogether. You'll just start using the SSD sooner than if you had 3 gigabytes of available system RAM. That's all. I mean, it's not tragic.
The problem with the USB, even if you wanted to do that, your problem's going to be is that that doesn't have a drive letter yet when it gets to that stage, so it's going to default to put it on your boot.
That's a
drive.
good point, yeah.
So,
Yeah, it won't have, because the USB driver isn't loaded at the time that the swapper is specified, the location of the swapper is specified in config sys, that drive letter that you want won't be there for it to swap. You'd have to try some real sleight of hand, and I don't know that that would even work. Because you may say swap path equals E:\\, but it may only use that to identify what you think is E, and it may use a physical device that it associates with E. So even if you were to try to change out the definition of E, it might not make a difference.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
our Gambo says, this is going back to the HEIC, asks if, do we have the image magic command line tools, which I'm not sure about, but newer versions can convert them But even under Linux Mint, I had to install additional programs. I know that on OpenSUSE that I've seen going through the updates, there's a libheif, which probably we don't have that, which is probably why our image.
We'd have to ask
Probably why our
Paul,
Nomax
because
doesn't work.
Paul builds ImageMagick.
But the image, but if we had, but it probably needs the libheif.
Most likely, yeah.
And if we had that, Nomax could probably also.
Well, look, what I would like to see is a plugin for Lucene that reads HEIC.
Yeah.
And then you could print from Lucene to a PDF and convert your HEIC to PDF. Lucene, I mean, by itself doesn't have the ability to export to PDF, but you could print it to a PDF printer that way.
EMView would be nice that way.
I mean, there are a few workarounds. It would be nice if DFC supported HEIC. But, yeah, it's a pain in the neck, can I tell you. That's it in a nutshell. We've looked at improving the iNet config settings, and every time we get into it, there are just as many systems that are negatively impacted by my performance enhancing settings as systems that are positively affected. Glenn and I ran into this before. I gave him a set of things to try to optimize Samba performance, which optimized it for me, and as soon as he implemented it where he was, the performance dropped like a stone. So it's really tough to improve on the iNet config settings. IBM's iNet config settings were written at a time when we were using dial-up internet access. So you think, well, and no one had a gigabit network in those days, right? So you need to expand the caches and whatnot. It works for me on my network, but others have tried it and the performance has just gone into the tank. So we would love to improve the iNet config settings. We have not yet found a reasonable mix that is an overall improvement in the base settings for almost everyone versus a 50-50 better worse situation. So as a result, we've left the iNet config alone the way IBM left the defaults. The system-wide SQUID proxy and privoxy. I use a chained SQUID and privoxy proxy setup myself on this machine. And it allows me to access certain sites with CMonkey that I wouldn't be able to access otherwise. That doesn't mean that if the site uses JavaScript that's beyond CMonkey's capabilities that I can run it. But there are certain things that I am able to load up that otherwise wouldn't load because SQUID grabs it and presents it to CMonkey in a readable format. And one of the things that I've wanted to do was to design a basic configuration GUI for those two and make that available as a system installable package. I built a later privoxy. The privoxy upstream team was not very receptive because I didn't include their SSL support, which uses Wolf SSL. And I looked at building Wolf SSL, and I needed 3 or 4 other things that weren't yet available. And I started building one of those, and I got that built, and I started building the next one, and I ran into problems compiling it, and I just said, oh, which is unfortunately the problem. So I have to get back and look at it. So they weren't accepting of my build of the later privoxy. And I never discussed it with Paul to see if he had better luck with it. But the current build of privoxy for OS2, both from the official channels and from ArcaOS, although I don't know that I packaged mine. I don't know that I packaged mine for ArcaOS. The current build does not support SSL, which makes Privoxy less and less relevant, shall we say. Because how many sites do you visit that aren't SSL these days? Because someone got the great idea that everything, even completely public information that requires no input from the user, should be secure. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me, but someone came up with that idea.
All the while it has little things and they're gathering information.
Yeah, there is that. There's a potential for an updated Clock 01 sys driver. I don't know how great that potential is. You may,
Work on it lately.
yeah. We've talked about it. You said that you were thinking about it.
I'd like to. I'd look at it, but I've not had a chance to do that.
Yeah. Again, there's this list of priorities, and it's just not a major thing. Fixing the keyboards so that they work was a major thing for a little while. You know, so we'll see where we go with that. And support for those I2C devices.
Now, is that, conceptually, you'll develop an I2C driver from which all higher levels will benefit?
That's the idea.
Sorry?
That's the idea.
Okay. So like my thing with the keyboard and mouse that don't work, should work? I don't know about
That's
this.
the idea.
Oh, well.
Theoretically.
Good luck.
Yes,
I want I2C support only to disable the touchpads by software. That's the only thing.
That's completely doable. You can do that.
Yeah, but you can do it right now or when you have I2C
You can
support?
disable with touchpad.
With software,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Because I only do it on the BIOS and sometimes we do all
You can do
the.
that right now.
Oh, is there software available or?
Yeah.
Does
Command line switch on the back.
AMOuse has that switch now? Yeah.
Okay.
So when I said before that AMOuse is now functional for ThinkPads,
Okay,
yeah.
Guest 31 says Nathan Woodruff should have a port of Wolf SSL.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'll hit him up for a port of Wolf SSL. Next time I get into building Privoxy, unless someone else wants to build Privoxy, which would be great. I get very little time to build stuff these days. WLAN drivers, wireless. Everyone wants wireless. And David can tell you what a thrilling and rewarding thing it is to work on a wireless driver.
It is, it's great, so if anybody wants to take that over. Anybody wants to do that, come see me, I'll give you.
It's absolutely fabulous because it's really not much more work than a wired driver.
That's an interesting note. I was at Vintage Computer Festival. You gave us a copy of ArcaOS to
Mhm.
award. It went to a device driver developer in Silicon Valley. And
That guy is a device driver.
Yeah,
developer.
and
It's interesting.
he said he would love to do some work for us. And so I asked him about Wi-Fi, and he said, not a chance. So he knows what he's talking about.
Maybe he would be interested in the I2C stuff though.
Yeah, Matt has his contact info. I don't know if I've got it.
Or a DT audio driver.
The problem with I2C.
Or a DT audio driver.
The problem with I2C is there's so many controllers out there, they all work different.
Yeah, that's what you were saying to
really?
me. Was it's not like
Not
a standardized thing.
The X2C buses, but the controllers that make that happen are all different.
And I'll bet all those manufacturers are as sharing with their specifications as
Yeah, I don't know.
NVIDIA.
Oh, and I think that's all top secret.
Oh, man. DT Audio, which used to be DTA, Digital Transfer Agent, which we licensed from Dr. John Gao, allows us to get audio from WinOS 2 sessions routed through UniAud, and also from DOS sessions using a virtual Sound Blaster device. We do not have a virtual Sound Blaster driver yet. We need someone to build that. And there aren't a lot of people who want to build VDDs or have had experience building VDDs. So it's a little slow going. But that will be that and real joystick support will be the two key things for bringing us to a gaming release of ArcaOS.
You talked about that last year. So
Yeah, it's
still a dream.
still a dream. Still a dream. You know, we with ArcaOS compatibility system, ANCS, which allows us to run on UEFI hardware, DOS sessions and WinOS 2 sessions, which were becoming hard to find on more modern hardware, all of a sudden became commonplace again because we set up the system so that these things just run the way they expected to run in the first place. So all of a sudden, DOS and WinOS 2 is something usable for us again, particularly retro gaming, because that is a huge vertical market, a huge industry in gaming. And people who are into retro gaming in particular, you can't replicate the experience of playing a DOS video game on a modern system. It doesn't feel the same. But ArcaOS is uniquely qualified to run that DOS game, that VDM. No other operating system produces VDMs like OS 2 does. So when we get that virtual Sound Blaster and that joystick support, that'll really be
You'll
it.
sell millions of copies.
Well, you know something? I initially, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I poo-pooed the whole idea. I said, gaming, who plays games? And Rachel said to me, Dad, you know who plays games? And she opened my eyes to the size of that vertical market. Billions of dollars a year in gaming. And I was,
You
who
mean
knew?
specifically DOS gaming?
Billions of dollars in gaming, all gaming, right? How many millions to billions are in retro gaming remains to be seen. But I know
it's
that
still huge.
it's huge.
I work with guys in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and all right, so they're geeks, but the retro gaming thing is huge.
It's huge. It's huge.
Like Matt.
Like-
Matt's into that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, people would say to me when I was doing a lot of IT consulting, well, do you play this game, that game? I work on these things. I don't play games on them. I want to play a game. I get away from this thing. I mean, my relaxation is not sitting in front of the screen for more screen time so that my eyes turn into cantaloupes. I want to do something that's not this. But I never once stepped back and thought there are people who actually do spend less time in front of the screen working on making these things work than we do. And there are, and they're not just 8 years old. And once I opened my eyes to that, I thought, wow, this has some potential here. So it's something we definitely want to do. Getting the development talent focused on it is the hard part.
Maybe
Yeah.
this guy from the show.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
hope we didn't lose track of him.
No, Matt's in touch with him. Matt's in touch with
okay.
him. Yeah. And he's now in the ArcaOS customer database.
Oh.
We have arguably the largest database of customers running the OS 2 platform of any organization
On Earth.
other than IBM, if IBM still has their database of customers.
And maybe the American Spelunking Society.
And maybe the American Spelunking Society.
Is that cola shop?
So we have a new website feature that will be coming soon to the ArcaOS website near you, which is a hardware database.
Which is a what? Oh,
A hardware database. Everyone asks us about a hardware database. Is my machine compatible? Will ArcaOS run on my machine? How do I know? You know, our beta testers are few. The available hardware grows every single day. So, I'm going to give you 3 screenshots of this upcoming feature, and then we can move on. How's that? So, give me a second here.
Just for your education,
It's
it's 12:01.
12:01, and food is here. So, this is going to be real quick. And so that's the creation of a new hardware entry. So you run your test log generic. You go to that specific page on the ArcaOS website. You fill in just a few drop boxes, a little bit of narrative if you like, the comment, and you browse to and upload your test log. The system parses it in the background. And that's a detail page. Let me show you. That's what the hardware database itself, the grid will look like, and it will be filled with different systems as more and more people contribute their hardware, working or semi-working. A half star is obviously something that sort of works, but not as much as we'd like. Blank one is something that doesn't work. And then, when you drill down to one of those entries, you get more detail on that particular machine. So this is something that has been often requested. And again, we haven't had the development resources to really do this, but Jeroen has been working on this for quite some time. I thought we were going to have a live version to test on the site this past week, but that didn't quite go according to plan. So soon, does soon mean in the next month, 2 months, 3 months? I couldn't say, but it's going to happen. You know, I would imagine within a reasonable amount of time. You know, before Warpstock Europe next May. Sometime in between, we'll have this set up and working.
How do you collect this information? Like if we have a laptop that works, you want to know about that, or?
Yeah, exactly. Or if you have a laptop that almost works, that some parts work and some parts don't, sure.
Okay.
Just to upload the test log. The test log is anonymized and discarded. So we don't take any personal information out of the test log to publish on the site. So your license information and whatnot is private. And then we discard the test log after it's parsed.
How does it work? There's a test routine that you offer, or it's built in?
The test log program that ships with ArcaOS and is updated regularly by David, and we have links on the site to download the latest
Also, if you
version of
submit a
it.
bug, you submit the test log.
When you open a ticket, you'd better submit a test log. If you don't, I feel very sorry for you. There are people who regret to this day that 5 years ago they opened a ticket without a test log.
And it's still sitting there.
And they're still sitting there waiting for a response. I mean, bottom line is, if you want your problem addressed, follow the directions, attach a test log. Don't just say, my monitor doesn't work.
Louis,
It's time. Yeah.
it might also be good to have a list of what is known not to work.
we have some lists of things that are known not to work, but nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's tried out a machine and they know it's not going to install, it's not gonna work, it's just
Yeah.
nice somebody to have that list so they can bypass that and look at something different.
Well, it could be in that same database.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll suggest that to Jeroen as to how someone would enter something that doesn't work.
I mean, they obviously can't do a test log, but they can make a.
Right. They can't, it doesn't work, they can't get that. So
Make
they
an
can
entry
still
that
make
says
an
it
entry that says
can't work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
doesn't work.
tried it. No.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but
The-
that's more complicated.
the
You know,
only
but it
people who
doesn't
can
boot,
upload-
Installs when it's booting,
Can't get a test log,
it
but you're pretty
loads,
good.
but you can't run the test log program.
Yeah, if you
There's
can't get a
lots
test log, that's pretty
You
definitive.
can't run the system.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to know machines that just wouldn't boot, that's different from not being able to submit a test log. You know, it might
No,
not be a
it's a-
hopeless case.
No, it
But,
isn't.
well, if it's UEFI and it doesn't boot into the other system, would a DAS info dump help you?
Um,
Not really.
It's hard to say, depends on the situation.
We'll start with what we can gather.
This is a good start.
Yeah, I think so. And this will grow, according to our needs and our
It's
desires.
a great idea.
Our meaning all of us, not just ArcaOS, because really, the benefit to ArcaOS is fewer trouble tickets for systems that don't work. Beyond that, the benefit to everyone else is less wasted time on systems that, Joe says that the USB doesn't work on this machine, and the test log proves that we don't recognize that hardware, then spending hours and hours and hours trying to figure out why the USB isn't working, that person's saved from having to do that.
Is this your idea?
No, actually, it wasn't my idea. It was it came from elsewhere in the among the staff. I always wanted Martin to have a hardware database.
Well, I have it on the wiki, but it's not a database.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those things that ArcaOS, up to this point, has not done because of a human resource concern. We really did not think that we had the human resources to manage something like that. But the idea came up that, well, we get all this great information out of a test log, why don't we parse it and make a database? And I have to admit, I was very skeptical that we could effectively do that. But from what I've seen of it, looks like this is going to work. Looks like this is going to work really well. So I'm anxious for us to get it refined to the point where we can turn it loose.
So this is the alternative to the Microsoft system where they just tested things internally then, is that these are approved. You're actually invoking the public, which is a much better idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Wikipedia, it's a wonderful thought.
Exactly. So with that, we have another. Oh,
I do have one quick question on this subject. Is there a cutoff where you would say, if the machine is more than 5 years old, we don't care. More than 10 years old, don't submit. I mean, we've got 25 machines we could try this on, but some of them are 15 years
no,
old.
we have no age cutoff for systems.
Okay, so if I went back to the office next week and tried this on 20 different machines, ran
Sure.
test logs,
Look,
okay.
if the processor predates the Pentium, if the processor predates is a Pentium Pro or earlier, we don't support that.
Okay, so
That's our cutoff.
Okay.
If you look at the ArcaOS website, at the information for ArcaOS, you'll see what our minimum hardware requirements
Right.
are. So if you have a machine that has 256 megabytes of RAM and it's maxed out with, a 486 in it,
Right, and that's, I wasn't sure if there was any value to you in knowing if, my 10-year-old Lenovo all-in-one
Yeah.
was gonna run it or not.
Mhm.
But if there is, because we've done a couple of those installs just, for grins
Right,
to see
right.
if they would work. But once this system's in place, we'll get those test logs and we'll just submit.
Yeah,
edits
great.
again.
The purpose of this is not to find out how many systems you can run on. The purpose of this is to help people buy a new system.
Well, and that's why I'm asking if there's
People are not
value in
gonna be
having
going out and
old.
buying a 25-year-old system.
Well,
But they
that's
may
why-
have one.
They might have one.
They might buy a 5-year-old system.
Yeah, they might buy a 5-year-old system, sure.
May I make a comment?
Surely.
So I have a big installed base of hardware and programs, which constrains me significantly. I mean, I got 40 years of business records from a certain program I use.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's important for me to have compatibility going forward and going backward. So basically, I just buy old computers now. I give you an example, a T60. I got 10 years ago at the MIT swap meet for $35. It's still running. And and I've got T43s which are still running.
No, this presentation was brought to you by a
Yeah.
T43.
Yeah, so I think this is and so I'm negotiating with somebody now who's got a pristine T60, which I'm just gonna keep there as one of my backups. I'll talk about it. And when something goes wrong, which it did to me last week when I started my presentation, the T60 I was working on, which had everything compatible with all the software, compatible with all the hardware, the printer drivers, everything, it just wouldn't boot as I sat down to start on a presentation. But when I get this one from this fellow on eBay, who's going to configure it for me, it'll just be a mirror image. I say, okay, I've got it, right here. And there's a very active trade in these old machines. Maybe it's for gaming, or maybe it's because of people like me that are sort of constrained that they're. It's like people running old OS 2 software. It just works with everything they have.
True,
In the,
true.
in the factory.
Well, there was Moore's Law was relevant up to a certain point. But we got to the point where there are computers that are 20 years old, like this T43, that perform acceptably. I can do my work on it. 20 years ago, I couldn't use a 20-year-old computer and work acceptably because it was way too limited. Slow is not the right word, right? Because electrons all move at a constant velocity. So they weren't slow, but they were resource constrained. This machine works fine for my daily use. So yeah, older machines are still usable. But David's point is well taken about old hardware. The point is not to see how old is the oldest hardware on which we can run ArcaOS, but someone who has a machine that's 20 years old, will it run ArcaOS acceptably? That's sort of the thing. Age is not really the factor. Usability is the factor more than anything else. We have a machine that we think would be usable. Is it compatible? That's kind of where we are.
Yeah, the question that keep coming up, that we keep getting is, hey, I want to go buy a system to run ArcaOS on. What should I get?
Yeah.
That's the question we get, and that's the purpose of this.
Yep.
Is to answer that question.
And I've tried going into office stores and even, dare I say it, Best Buy. Oh. With my USB stick to try some of the laptops, but they lock them down so they won't boot off the USB stick. And then I have to get into the BIOS, and then the kid with the pimples on his face comes over and says, "Can I help you, mister?" No, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. Go back to what you're doing, Randy. All's good. Joe, what
Asking for OS 2 drivers for the equipment.
what's this?
Asking for OS 2 drivers for the equipment.
OS, do you mean that Mac operating system? No, not that. No.
Dear God.
Two. So yeah, that's the question that we get though, is, yeah, I saw this machine advertised at such and such a place for $600. Can I run ArcaOS on this? I don't know, go buy it and find out. Well, if I buy it and then it doesn't work, I don't know that I can return it. Yeah, I understand. You may have to unload it on someone else or something else.
Well, Lenovo's good, you can always send it back 30 days.
See, 30 days and you can send it back as a brick to Lenovo after you've
Not even a brick.
completely locked the thing up. It's lunchtime, everyone. We've run our time. Jeff, you were supposed to do your Samba thing.
Well, you used up all the time.
I used up all the time.
Yeah.
It's my
It was
fault.
very interesting.
I owe you time now for your Samba thing.
Arson.
I won't take a lot of time.
Arson.
It's a project and process, and I think we'll all learn something, and I'll learn something.
Okay.
And it's continuing.
Well-
This is the result of an email I sent you in 2012, which I said, how would you like to talk on arson? And you said, that's a great idea. I've been thinking about it.
Excellent, excellent.
So we have lunch delivered.
Yeah, lunch is right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's as much an applause for the audience as it is for me.